well. Obviously, Henry and Willie are some of the main protagonists in the big race, but they do that in the first race here today. And Milo Lease was maybe a tad bit keen on the way down to start, something which he was actually in the Land Rover bumper as well. He was somewhat keen with Jody Townend, but I love his attitude when he came off the bridle. He battled all the way to the line, and he kept the winner Predator's Gold honest the whole way up the home straight in Punchestown. After being a little bit keen in the early stages, Danny Mullins looks like he's going to be good and prominent, lining up sides Gorgeous Tom. And I would have thought that the Joseph O'Brien new recruit to his yard in the double green colours, Bulldog, he's a horse that's been quite keen in the past, and he's always seemed to be dropped in his bumpers. He's previously wore hoods as well. The hood is actually left off today, so it'll be interesting to see what tactics they apply.
So goggles are coming down here ahead of our opening contest, and the favourite here, Milo Lee, is strong in the market. He's by a horse called Storm the Stars, and I think the impressive juvenile winner that the Yard had yesterday at Punchestown might have also been by Storm the Stars, Jigginstown owned horse who won first time out. Peter O'Hare, I think, is going to be our commentator here at Tramore today. Final thoughts then, Lisa, how do you see it going?
I'm actually going to go for Gorgeous Tom. I think he's a real progressive, improving type. Look, he could be vulnerable to something with a touch more class, but I love the way his form is working out. I'm going to side with him, I think.
Good stuff. Bulldog and Milo Lee's going to be handy here. Gorgeous Tom up there as well. Let's go for commentary then on our opening race of what's going to be a really busy day here on Racing TV.
Walking forward towards the tape. White flag is raised. And they're off. In the opening race of 2024, the David Flynn Construction Maiden Hurl. Just over 2 miles the trip. The grey Bulldog is the early leader. Gorgeous Tom close up. Also close up Cappuccino towards the inside behind the leaders Milo Lees as they all clear the first and head up the straight to the flight in front of the stands. They'll jump it 3 times, and the grey Bulldog over towards the inside, near side Cappuccino. They share the lead as they come up to pass the stands. Gorgeous Tom in third position with Milo Lees at the inside, and then Coulrophobia. Break of a few lengths then to an improving Gentle Lady up on the outside of a keen going Lacken Forest. Behind them as they make the turn is the Lucky Lobster, the red and blue of Ballybrack Wood. A break then to Matagorda, a further few lengths to You Make Me Smile. On the inside of You Make Me Smile is Misty Milan, the final pair in the early stages, in for a pound towards the outside of Back from the Races as Cappuccino leads out over the third and heads for the top turn ahead of Gentle Lady. As they make the turn, that brings them to flight number 4, directly opposite the stands. Cappuccino, Sean Flanagan taking them along now. Gentle Lady, Tom Kelly within a length in second. Bulldog is in third position under JJ Slevin. Gorgeous Tom and Darrow O'Keefe next, tracked by market rival Milo Lees and Danny Mullins, and then a break of about 6 or 7 lengths to Coulrophobia, Ryan Tracy, followed on the downhill run by the Lucky Lobster and James Fennell. The yellow and red towards the outside is Lacken Forest and Philip Donovan, and behind them is Ballybrack Wood, Mike O'Connor. To the inside, Matagorda and Ricky Doyle, the final trio as they head downhill. Misty Milan, Kevin Sexton. On the outside is You Make Me Smile, Sarah Kavanagh, as they head for the elbow. That'll bring them across towards the straight. Last but one at this stage is Back from the Races, James O'Sullivan, and bringing up the rear, and at this stage about 10 lengths adrift as they head across on the approach to flight number 5 is In for a Pound and Dylan Kidd. They've completed the circuit as they head for the first of the 2 flights that'll bring them up past the stands, and still another circuit ahead of them. Cappuccino led over it from Bulldog second, Gorgeous Tom. The inside Milo Lees, and they've gone on a few lengths in front of Coulrophobia. Gentle Lady beating a retreat back towards mid-division as they jump the flight. That'll be the last next time. In the lead, under Sean Flanagan, is Cappuccino. Bulldog a close second. They're closely followed by Milo Lees and Gorgeous Tom, a break down to Coulrophobia back in fifth, followed into the turn by the Lucky Lobster, and then Lacken Forest, and behind Lacken Forest is Ballybrack Wood. A clear break back then to Matagorda as they run uphill on the side of the course. They afford to jump. Cappuccino, Bulldog tracking in second, Gorgeous Tom the outside, and the inside Milo Lees, a break to Coulrophobia and the Lucky Lobster as they make the top turn, less than 6 furlongs to race, heading for their third last flight. Cappuccino, Bulldog a closer second, just a length and a half away to Gorgeous Tom with Milo Lees the inside. This quartet clear by about 10 to Coulrophobia, the Lucky Lobster, and behind them is Ballybrack Wood. As they run downhill, well strung out, as they head downhill on the far side, over half a mile to race, and a good run before they reach the second last. Cappuccino narrowly on the inside, Bulldog virtually alongside, less than 2 lengths away to Gorgeous Tom towards the outside. The orange and blue colours the inside Milo Lees, and yet they've stretched a long way clear of the remainder. As they head into the elbow, that brings them across towards the second last flight. Bulldog up on the outside, the narrow leader now as they make the swing. That brings them across. Cappuccino second, Milo Lees is trying to close in third, Gorgeous Tom driven in fourth, but approaching the second last flight. Bulldog the grey with the lead on the inside Cappuccino, hard at work in behind them both Milo Lees, and staying on the outside Gorgeous Tom as they jump the second last flight. Bulldog led from Cappuccino on the outside Gorgeous Tom, Milo Lees back in fourth, but heading to the final flight, and Bulldog is clear of Gorgeous Tom staying on in second, and over the last Bulldog clear by about 5. In second Gorgeous Tom, and they're clear of Cappuccino, but the opening winner of 2024 is Bulldog for JJ Slevin and Joseph O'Brien. Gorgeous Tom second, a long way clear of Cappuccino and Milo Lees.
Yeah, Bulldog wins, and does so quite comfortably.
That's a nice performance by Bulldog, who kicks off 2024 by landing the opening race here at Tramore, the David Flynn Construction Maiden Hurdle. Good jump at the last, just to put the seal on things, and in the main he jumped really well here. The favourites, Milo Lees, made a mistake at that very hurdle on the previous circuit, and while he travelled well into the dip, was well beaten at this stage. Gorgeous Tom, to his credit, Lisa stuck to the task pretty well, having been off the bridle some way out, but Bulldog much the best, and if they were to meet again, hard to imagine that he wouldn't be the best in future as well.
No, I totally agree. To be honest, my eye was drawn turning into the home straight even before, as they climbed down the hill into the last bend. My eye was drawn to Gorgeous Tom and Milo Lees in behind, and how they raced very differently. Obviously Milo Lees was always on the bridle and travelling. Gorgeous Tom, in contrast, was a little bit behind the bridle, and he's probably more of a relaxed type, but he's seen it out really well. But I was wrong to be looking at them, because the winner was in front of them in the shape of Bulldog, who's jumped really well, and a horse that's been keen in the past. He was a little bit keen at different stages of the race, but a track like Tramore, you need to travel around it too, and he certainly jumped very well.
Looked like he had plenty on his plate today. He was back from a long layoff. He had to concede that penalty to the maidens in the field by virtue of his bumper success. £8 he was conceding and upwards all round, but he's made light of that and looks a good recruit for Joseph O'Brien, bumper winner for Stuart Crawford, as we were saying previously, and Bulldog.
The doors ended up dropping out of it quite tamely as well. Molly's Mangoes eventually pulled up, and what could have been finished a distant last on that occasion. But this filly won well in beating Mrs. Beaton on first time of asking. That was over hurdles in Thurles back in early part of November time, and she was a smart bumper mare, this mare as well. She got off the mark on her second time of asking. That was when winning a bumper at Cork in November of last season, and in her next start towards the end of November of last year, she finished third, beaten around 7 lengths by a smart filly of Jessica Harrington's Jatara in a listed bumper. She's picked up valuable black type already, and Jatara, as we see, went running out a very impressive winner of a graded mare's hurdle the final day of Leopardstown. She's an improving mare, Jatara, and as I say, this filly, Molly's Mango, bids to bounce back after a below par effort on her most recent start. That was over 2.5 miles. She drops back to the 2-mile trip here this afternoon. Jack Kennedy on board. Biggest rival in the market is Jazzy de Shallock from the Nina Carberry yard. Philip Enright on board as well. He fresh from a winner yesterday afternoon on one of Eddie Cawley's, who ran out a very impressive winner of a handicap hurdle at Punchestown, continuing, of course, Eddie Cawley's fine run. There is Jazzy de Shallock, third start over hurdles, and quite a free, keen-going individual as well. Philip Enright on board here for the first time. Ran in 2 pints and unseated the first day. This is the pace angle. As I say, she was very, very keen over the extended 2.7 on the inside track here in her most recent start as well. Got very worked up beforehand. I know she's still sweating here today, but she's a little bit more relaxed than she was here in her most recent start. She'll bring them along a right good gallop. Her first run, she was well beaten behind Jatara, the maiden hurdle here at Fairyhouse as well, over 2.5 miles. It drops back to the minimum trip here this afternoon, but she needs to learn how to settle because she's too hard on herself. She won't get home if she's too keen, even if she's dropping back to the 2-mile trip here this afternoon. Another filly that needs to settle as well is Little Biggie, number 5 in shot there, daughter of Ask, 7-year-old from the Ray Hackett stable, won upon a pint in Stradbally in April of last season. Finished runner-up in her first run under rules in a bumper behind the smart filly of Willie Mullins, Aurora Vega, Facile Vega's full sister. That was in a bumper. She beaten 12 lengths in Sligo in June time. Far too keen over the extended 2-3 at Punchestown the last day. You can see why connections have gone for the hood on today and dropping back in trip as well. And Simon Torrance, of course, on board. He was on the score sheet yesterday at Punchestown when winning on Clonmene, and of course your news is his partnership with Duffy's Getaway later on the card here this afternoon. But for me, Molly's Mango should be a straightforward task for her, dropping back in trip. Obviously a lot better than that below par effort on her most recent start. There'll be plenty of pace on with Nina Carberry's Jazzy de Shallock, keen going front runner, and Little Biggie as well with the hood on for the first time today will ensure a good gallop here. White flag raised. Let's get up to Jerry Hannon.
And wishing everyone a healthy 2024 Mares Hurdle. First race over a trip of 2 miles, 1 furlong, and it is Jazzy de Shallock, the early leader, followed by Little Biggie. Molly's Mango on the outside of the rank outsider Getaway Erin, and to their dinner is Just Made It. Racing to flight number 2. The leader is Jazzy de Shallock by a couple of lengths to Little Biggie. Molly's Mango in the red and white just shading the third from Just Made It, and finally Getaway Erin coming up to pass the winning post, having negotiated their first 2 flights. And the leader is Jazzy de Shallock, is quite free in herself. Has gone off now into a 5-6 length advantage over Little Biggie. Molly's Mango third, but the final couple Just Made It and Getaway Erin. Heading away to flights 3, 4 and 5. It's Jazzy de Shallock and Philip Enright out in front of Little Biggie and Simon Torrance, and third is Molly's Mango and Jack Kennedy. One of a handful of odds-on favourites on today's card. And then Just Made It on the miler on the inside of Getaway Erin and Shane Fenlon. Linking up with flight number 3. Jazzy de Shallock's lead has been greatly reduced by a keen-going Little Biggie, who's now on terms, followed by Molly's Mango, Just Made It, Getaway Erin over the 4th. Landing just in the lead over that one, Little Biggie from Jazzy de Shallock. A headstrong individual. Racing to the inside of the pair now is Molly's Mango, as these 3 break away from the final couple, Just Made It and Getaway Erin. Heading up to the top of the track, Jazzy de Shallock in between Little Biggie and Molly's Mango, followed at the bend by Just Made It and Getaway Erin. Just winning back a slender advantage, Jazzy de Shallock. Alongside is Little Biggie, less than a length in front of the third going Molly's Mango, with a couple of lengths to the back pair, who are Just Made It and Getaway Erin as they've passed the halfway stage, making the downhill run in the back straight. Jazzy de Shallock has re-established a lead of 2 lengths over Little Biggie, stalked by Molly's Mango, 3 lengths to Just Made It and Getaway Erin. Inside the final mile, and wishing everyone a healthy 2024 Mares Hurdle. And it is Jazzy de Shayak by a couple of lengths to Little Biggie. In third place is Molly's Mango, now 4 lengths back to Just Made It, and lastly Getaway Erin. Heading for their next flight, Jazzy de Shayak, who's made the bulk of the running up to this point, is followed by Little Biggie, Molly's Mango. As the final couple close onto the heels of the leading 3, Just Made It and Getaway Erin. They've tightened up, heading for their next flight, 3/4 of a mile from the finish. Jazzy de Shayak, almost rejoined by Little Biggie. They're tracked by Molly's Mango, has Just Made It, goes away from a struggling Getaway Erin. 5.5 furlongs to go. They're heading for the third last flight. Jazzy de Shayak and Philip Enright continuing up there in front from Little Biggie and Simon Torrance. Molly's Mango, Jack Kennedy on the inside. Couple of lengths to very much in touch, Just Made It, moving away from a labouring Getaway Erin. Coming to the flight on the approach to the straight, Jazzy de Shayak and Little Biggie together, length in front of Molly's Mango. Good jump up on the inside. Followed by Just Made It as they run the home turn. 2 flights left to jump, and it is Little Biggie and Molly's Mango who press ahead of Jazzy de Shayak, who's hanging off the turn. On the inside is Just Made It as they approach the turn into the straight with 2 flights to jump, and it's Molly's Mango on the inside. Fractional leader from Little Biggie, who's now been stoked up to try and keep with the odds-on favourite. In third is Just Made It. Fading out of contention is Jazzy de Shayak, and then Getaway Erin in line for the final 2 flights, and it is Molly's Mango effortlessly opening up a lead over Little Biggie, Just Made It at the second last. Molly's Mango safely over. The gap was widening between her and the second Little Biggie, and then Just Made It. They're well spaced out coming to the final flight, and it is Molly's Mango and Jack Kennedy approaching the last with the race 1 clearing this, and they have done that. Little Biggie over in second, and third has Just Made It. Molly's Mango is much the best for Jack Kennedy and Gordon Elliott. A bloodless success, with second going to Little Biggie and Just Made It third.
Yeah, very straightforward for a long odds-on favourite here. She records her second win over hurdles, her third in her career as well, and she bounces back from a below-par effort on stepping up to 2.5 miles. Her most recent start, that was at Wexford on that occasion. It's a race to be won by some smart fillies in the past. Allegor Devassi, who we'll see in her feature event later on, won this race back in 2022. Ryle Kahala, year before that, she was turned out to be a very good filly for Peter Fahey as well. My Sister Sarah, and most recently Hermione Maker, of course, a decent filly in her day, although disappointed at Limerick over Christmas time. But it was very straightforward for Molly's Mango. She jumped really well, as we forecasted beforehand. We thought there'd be plenty of pace on in the race with the likes of Jazzy de Shayak. Now, Philip Enright, he earned his riding fee there because she was very keen. She's quite numb, hung badly to the left as soon as went past the stands, and he was basically on one rein all the way around then thereafter. Big run by the second filly, Little Biggie. She just needs to settle. And as I say, a lot more promising here today, but hopefully she'll progress mentally, she'll improve and mature, because she just needs to switch off. She's very hard on herself the early part of the race, which obviously doesn't bode well for the finishing part of the race also. She was a pint winner over 3 miles. She dropped back to 2-1, hood on her for the first time today. She jumped really well, but both herself and Jazzy de Shayak, they didn't help themselves. You can see Jazzy de Shayak a distant fourth now at this stage. As I say, Philip Enright had a handful, to say the least. Went around the one rein, hung violently out to the left, all the way from passing the stands as well. Interesting to see where connections go at Molly's Mango. That'll do her confidence very good. And as I say, you could see Jack Kennedy was aware of what was going on in front of him. Jazzy de Shayak hanging left. Obviously, Little Biggie was keen on the outside, and Jack was happy then to just switch into the inside. He got a trouble-free passage all the way, picked it up turning in, put up an exhibition of jumping this filly. 9-2 on she returns, and so she's run out a good winner. Not a lot of strength and depth in it. Disappointing turnout, but nonetheless, it'll do her confidence well. She jumps really well. It'll be interesting to see what connections keep her to 2 miles. Maybe she didn't stay the last day over 2.5, but maybe just felt that on similar ground as she encountered today, that both herself and what could have been, who's a smart filly of Jarlath Fahey's, both of those took each other on in the front end, and as I say, 2 of them are a lot better than that, and they dropped away quite tamely indeed. There's Joy Logan, of course, his wife Adele, his 2 sons as well, and they've had a great season so far. Caldwell Potter, very impressive when winning the Grade 1 Future Champions Novice Hurdle at Leopardstown the other afternoon, and winning, of course, in the colours of Andrew and Gemma Brown. And so this filly promised plenty as a bumper mare. She picked up valuable black type and finishing third to Jatara in a listed bumper at Navan last November time. Be interested to see where Connections go next. We'll catch up with Connections in due course. But Molly's Mango, very straightforward. As I say, good roll of honour have won this in the past. And be interesting to see where Molly's Mango will end up finishing up. But the utmost of ease, jumped extremely well. She's now 2 from 3. Over hurdles, Jack Kennedy and Gordon Elliott win the first race. First blood to them on the opening day of 2024.
You look at number 9, Man River, who's racing from out of the handicap in this one for Limerick-based trainer Pat O'Donnell. Mike O'Connor claiming 3 in the plate. And just on the far side there is number 7, Binks, Sean Flanagan riding for Martin Hassett. Conditions just getting a little bit worse now here as the rain continues to fall. Binks has won just one of her 30 starts so far, but has run well in defeat on several occasions also, and wouldn't be entirely without hope. In truth, this isn't a really strong handicap hurdle by any stretch, Lisa. For a 20 grand race, you'd expect better, wouldn't you?
Yeah, you certainly would, Gary. Look, there's a couple in this that are probably a little bit below average, obviously, and Binks, who was just in shot, as you mentioned, is actually a winner of a 2.5 mile maiden around here at Tramore on good ground. She has form on heavy ground as well. She's been dropping slightly in the handicap, but there's a lot to be said for course form at this track in Tramore too, especially on heavy ground.
There's number 8. That is Star Official. Danny Mullins will be hoping for better than was the case with Milo Lee's disappointing favourite in the first. Star Official trained by Dick Donoghue, and pretty consistent. So for all that he's not a frequent winner by any means, 2 wins from 34 starts, but he has been placed a stack of times as well. Soundly beaten by Calanisi Dova Clonmel last time in absolutely desperate ground. I think it was the worst ground I've seen all season, Lisa, that day.
Yeah, it was really bad, Gary, and obviously he was 9 lengths behind Calanisi Dove that day, but look, he comes into this in relatively good form compared to some of his rivals. He's a consistent enough type, and he does handle this type of ground well. He was a winner at Thurles in October, and he's only come to Tramore once, and he was second. He was beaten half a length by Duke Otto in an 80 to 95. This is probably a little bit deeper than an 80 to 95, obviously, but so he faces stiffer competition. But the fact that he's previous form at this track and he's a lightweight on his back, I think that's really going to help him. Danny Mullins, I would imagine he'd be good and prominent. He always tends to be 2 to 4 on this guy.
There's our favourite. This is Clarence, bidding to make it 2 out of 2 for the new year for JJ Slevin, who took the first on Bulldog. John Flavin trains. Disappointing last time out at Navan when pulled up behind Harvard Guy, but that was a much better race than this one. And he had run well in second to Fortunata at the same venue previously. A little bit in and out, I suppose, Lisa, that would be a concern, but he hasn't had to travel too far to get here today. He's trained in County Waterford, and would you think that this race will have been on his agenda maybe for a little while?
Yeah, I would think so, actually, Gary. And funny enough, as you mentioned, for John Flavin, who trains just down the road from here in Tramore, it's his Clarence first visit to Tramore as well, but JJ Slevin is on board, and he was in the winners enclosure already today. I think he probably didn't stay maybe in Navan the last day. That was over 2.5. He's back to a trip which is much more suitable, 2 mile. I think he bumped into one in Fortune to Fortunata at Navan on his penultimate start. Fortune to Fortunata ran quite well in Leopardstown in a decent handicap the other day as well. He has to come into the reckoning. He handles heavy ground. I'm actually going to give a shout to one there in the red colours, Cerberus, for Austin Leahy. Eamon Fitzgerald taking a valuable £7 off. He's not the most consistent type, and he's not one that likes to win too often either, but I think he probably didn't see out the trip the last day. I think he's back to a trip which is much more favourable, handles heavy ground. He was actually rated almost 148, I think, or the high 140s at one stage in his career. He might just have come down to a rating that could be capable for him if he goes through with it.
Yes, he has a flat pedigree, as does Clarence. Cerberus, and as Lisa said, probably going to be better suited coming down the distance. Grade 3 winner in his day.
They run to the first of 10 flights. Binks is close up towards the inside. The pale blue and red of little mix up in the centre. Between them is Star Official. As they jump the first and make the swing that brings them on up in front of the stands, spread across the track. Binks over towards the inside, little mix up. The grey Falco is close. Racine has improved just behind the leaders on the inner, but made a mistake there. Dropped back a couple of places as they come up to pass the judge. 2 circuits ahead of them, and going along in the lead is Binks, closely attended by Little Mix Up. A line of about 5 then. Racine, the grey Falco, between them is Star Official. Around the outside, Clarence. Belle the Lioness just dropped back on the rail. The red and white colours of Cerberus between horses, and Man River brings up the rear of this 9-runner field as they head away from the stands and approach flight number 3. Binks will lead them. From Little Mix-Up, the grey Falco, Racine is close on the inside. Star Official tracks them on the outside in the spotted colours is Clarence as they make the top turn and approach flight number 4. Binks continues to lead by about a length and a half to Little Mix-Up as they jump this one. Binks from Little Mix-Up, the grey Falco, Star Official, Clarence and Racine together as they run downhill. Long run now before they reach their next flight. In the lead, Binks, Sean Flanagan by a length and a half to Little Mix-Up and Mark McDonough, about 2 lengths then. To the grey Falco, Ross Shukru, with Star Official alongside Danny Mullins, and on the inside of that pair, Racine and Gavin Broder. Behind them is Clarence, towards the outside, JJ Slevin, between horses, Cerberus, Eamon Fitzgerald, and towards the inner, Belle the Lioness and Darragh O'Keefe. And at the back is Man River, Mike O'Connor, as they reach the elbow that brings them across the bottom of the track on towards flights 5 and 6 that bring them up past the stands. Binks closer in second now, Little Mix-Up. And they're followed about 2.5 lengths back by Racine, Star Official and the grey Falco together. A little closer on the outside, Belle the Lion, on the inside, Belle the Lioness. On the outside, Clarence. With them is Cerberus. And at the back, but very much in touch, is Man River as they clear the first of the 2 flights. A mistake at the back by Man River. On up the straight to the flight that after another circuit will be their last. Binks leads, Little Mix-Up remains close up in second as they jump it, followed by Star Official, the grey Falco. Near side is Clarence, on the rail Racine, between them Cerberus. Belle the Lioness is right with them, and within a length and a half of the group is Man River as they make the turn that brings them uphill on the side of the track towards the 4th last flight. Binks and Sean Flanagan chased by Little Mix-Up, Mark McDonough. Tracking them on the inside is Star Official, Danny Mullins. Towards the outer, Clarence, JJ Slevin. The grey between horses is the grey Falco, Ross Shukru. As they jump this flight and head to the top turn, Racine, Gavin Broder behind them. Belle the Lioness, Darragh O'Keefe trying to make a little ground on the inside of Cerberus and Eamon Fitzgerald. And still at the back, Man River. As they go to the flight opposite the stands, it's the 3rd last this time. Binks leads by 2.5. From Little Mix-Up in second. In third, Star Official with the grey Falco. Then Clarence, Belle the Lioness, Cerberus and Racine, and they've gone away from Man River as they continue towards the half-mile point. Binks leads by about 2, chased by Little Mix-Up. Star Official on the outside is third, about 2.5 lengths away then to a push along the grey Falco. Belle the Lioness is trying to close, and then behind them Cerberus. Racine has dropped back. And at the back of the main group as they head for the elbow is Clarence driven along. But Binks leads, Little Mix-Up, Star Official in third. Belle the Lioness trying to close in fourth. Behind them is Cerberus and then Racine as they head across towards the 2nd last flight. In the lead on the rail is Binks, with challenging is Little Mix-Up. On the outside, Star Official a few lengths away to Belle Lioness as they clear the 2nd last. Binks led, Star Official trying to challenge towards the stand side. Between them is Little Mix-Up, but Binks still out in front, a few lengths clear as they come to jump the final flight. Binks in the lead, jumps it a few in front. Star Official a mistake. Belle the Lioness is staying on towards the inside, but Binks towards the stand side out in front, and Binks will win under Sean Flanagan from Belle the Lioness, Little Mix-Up, and 4th spot for Star Official.
Well, it might be a miserable day here at Tramore, but the Hassett camp certainly know how to celebrate a winner, and there's a bit of hooping and hollering going on already after Binks doubled her career tally here. Sean Flanagan riding her very positively indeed, and she scored at 6-1. Thought actually she might be vulnerable coming down into the dip on the way to 2 out when the challengers arrived in the shape of Little Mix-Up and Star Official, but in the end she's turned them away pretty readily, Lisa. And Belle the Lioness, who struggled to go with them at that point, has actually stayed on quite well into second.
Yeah, she has stayed on quite well, but the winner, Binks, I think was always in a lovely rhythm at the front end. Sean Flanagan was positive from the flag fall and dominated the race from the front the whole way and always had his fraction spot on. It's heavy ground here today, and obviously with a nice weight on her back as well, handles this track and has form on heavy ground. Everything everything falls right for her today, and she returns at a price of 6-1. But given a good front running ride by Sean Flanagan, and I think a trend we might see similar throughout the rest of the day as well, Gary. We've seen obviously the winner earlier on the day, Bulldog, who was always 2-4 as well. But this mare, she's got her head in front yet again and seems to really like it around here in Tramore.
Good effort, wasn't it? That's her second career success, and probably an overdue one as well. As I say, she's been placed on quite a few occasions. She's now 2 wins and 1 place from 3 visits here to Tramore, and the Hassets
get a good kick out of that,
don't they? Yeah. They did a great bit of success last year at the Curragh with Harry's Hill, and there's another horse as well that won a race or 2 for them there. And nice to see a smaller outfit getting in on the act and winning a big prize. €20,000 race. It's Jimmy Shanahan Memorial Handicap Hurdle. And congratulations to the BTF Racing Club, the owners of Binks, who wins at 6-1.
The country as well. Of the rest of them, it's hard really to make a case for any of the rest of them. Maybe with a view to the future is Al Gasparo, only having its first run over hurdles. Did win a pint for local yard Dermot McLaughlin, but an Imagine a Watching brief here today has the ability, as we saw this son of Al Namix, when winning a pint. That was at Loughrea back in March of this season. Was trained by Kieran Murphy on that occasion and finished 6th then to Petite Secret. With the tongue tie on for the first time on stable debut here at Fairyhouse back in early December time. Was well beat on that occasion. Petite Secret of Willie Mullins is, of course, horse that's held in high regard. Blue de Vassy, of course, of Gordon Elliott's, was beaten ahead that day back in 2nd. He was well held, well beat by Joystick at Leopardstown last week. So Al Gasparo, say maybe a view to the future as well. Keep an eye on him with a few months down the line, maybe when he goes handicapping and that. But strong at the top of the market is my trump card in the Bective Stud colours of Nola Valerie Morn. And of course found a 50, provided Nolan Valerie with a Grade 1 winner on the opening day. Good performance in turning over Facile Vega at Leopardstown and St. Stephen's Day in the Racing Post Novice Chase. Plenty of the horses ran well in defeat as well over the Christmas period, including Zanahiro, I thought ran a cracker, jumped well for his first run over fences. He was no match for the very impressive and exciting Factor File as well, but nonetheless, he's run well and he'll jump really well also. And say he's a fine big individual, my trump card, and it is interesting that he starts his hurdling career over 2.5 miles here this afternoon. Looks a stare in the making, what we've seen of him over hurdles or in his couple of runs in bumpers, from a good family. He's a half brother to 6 winners, including of course Early Beach, of course, who's a 9-time winner. Full sister, he's a full brother actually to Early Beach, and she was a 9-time winner, graded winner as well, Grade 1 winner too obviously for Willie Mullins, but from a very good family. And this horse starts his career off over hurdles over 2.5 miles. Shouldn't be too much longer, just coming up 2 post time. Girts have been checked and shouldn't be too much longer. 11-8 steady about I Will Buy, having his first start over hurdles, and then 12-1, as I say, about Remy Martin has come in from bigger prices. And as I say, it was a decent run behind reading Tommy Wrong at Tipperary in a winner's bumper back in May time, and was well beaten, but as I say, ran with plenty of promise. You can just see it's just kicking out the son of Lashing Out. Big individual by Walk in the Park, Siren Fire at the moment, all the rage. Kieran Buckley, of course, rode out his claim on St. Stephen's Day at Downryle. Oh, he's given a couple of right bucks there. Let's get up to Jerry.
Led off over 2.5 miles in the ITM Stallion Trail, 12th to 13th of January maiden hurdle. It's Al Gasparo, the early leader, followed by R. Remy Martin. And third is Mitram Card, the red cap, alongside market rival and Grey, I Will Be Bay. These are tracked in these early stages to the flight coming up. He's a smooth operator. R. Remy Martin just leads on the approach with Al Gasparo through on the inside now to jump ahead. And then Mitram Card, followed by He's a Smooth Operator, I Will Be Bay. Opera Night next. On the outside is Lucky 2 with the noseband 1 for Gonzo, and then Get Down to It. At the rear of the field, He's the Boy Can Do It. And bringing up the rear, Lady Goliath. Al Gasparo by less than 2 lengths from Mitram Card. The favourite just shading second from R. Remy Martin. Followed into the straight by I Will Be Bay. He's a Smooth Operator, Lucky 2. And then Opera Night and 1 for Gonzo, Get Down to It. He's the Boy Can Do It. And finally, Lady Goliath. Coming to this first flight in the straight. Awkward in the air, Al Gasparo, but continues to lead the field. Onto the flight that'll be the last one next time, bringing them inside their final 2 miles. Is now joined by R. Remy Martin. On the outside is Mitram Card as these 3 stretch the lead of I Will Be Bay. He's a Smooth Operator. And then 1 for Gonzo and Lucky 2. Get Down to It. Opera Night with the final couple, the circuit to race. He's the Boy Can Do It. And Lady Goliath. Matching strides to the bend. Al Gasparo and R. Remy Martin going on by 3 lengths to Mitram Card, a clear running third. 4 to 5 lengths to the next couple. I Will Be Bay and He's a Smooth Operator. They're together. And then Lucky 2 and 1 for Gonzo. Opera Night, Get Down to It. He's the Boy Can Do It. Lady Goliath. A little more spaced out, going to the first of 3 past the stands. R. Remy Martin and Al Gasparo landed together, followed by Mitram Card. Then I Will Be Bay. Alongside I Will Be Bay is He's a Smooth Operator. Going to the middle one, Al Gasparo. Back 2 lengths in front of R. Remy Martin. Out in front of in third place, Mitram Card. And then I Will Be Bay, He's a Smooth Operator. 1 for Gonzo and Lucky 2. Get Down to It next with Opera Night. And then He's the Boy Can Do It. And Lady Goliath remains the back marker. As they've completed their jumping along the side of the track, quite a run before they'll reach the next. It's Al Gasparo, Conor Maxwell, followed by R. Remy Martin, Kieran Buckley much closer in third as Mitram Card and Jack Kennedy. I Will Be Bay in fourth, Paul Townend in fifth as He's a Smooth Operator and Sean O'Keefe. They've less than 10 furlongs to go, heading downhill in the back straight. Al Gasparo up there in front from Flag Fall, leads by 2 lengths to R. Remy Martin. Is just holding on to the second for the time being from Mitram Card, I Will Be Bay, within striking distance in fourth. And then He's a Smooth Operator and Lucky 2. Get Down to It and Opera Night. And then He's the Boy Can Do It. 1 for Gonzo has dropped back on the inside with having just 1 behind Lady Goliath. Al Gasparo heads inside the final 7 furlongs in a lead of 2 lengths. R. Remy Martin and Mitram Card matching strides second and third. I Will Be Bay in fourth, and then He's a Smooth Operator. Little changes up ahead, and then on the inside is Get Down to It with Lucky 2. Heading to the 4th last flight in the ITM Stallion Trail, 12th to 13th of January, maiden hurdle 2.5 miles. Good jump by the front running Al Gasparo. Leads R. Remy Martin and Mitram Card. I Will Be Bay in fourth. In fifth is He's a Smooth Operator. 3/4 of a mile to go and 3 flights left. This is Al Gasparo with moving off in pursuit Mitram Card. Nudges into second place out of R. Remy Martin. In touch as I Will Be Bay. Pushed along in fifth. And adrift of the first 4 is He's a Smooth Operator and then Get Down to It and Lucky 2. Facing the 3rd last flight, Al Gasparo joined by Mitram Card, who jumped to the front. And then R. Remy Martin, I Will Be Bay. This quartet going further away from He's a Smooth Operator, and then comes Get Down to It. Inside the final half mile, being pulled up is Opera Night. Mitram Card leads on the turn into the straight from R. Remy Martin. I Will Be Bay makes headway on the outside of a toiling Al Gasparo as they hit the straight in the final 2 flights. And it's Mitram Card and Jack Kennedy in front. I Will Be Bay is poised on the outside for Paul Townend in what looks a two-horse race. And then Remy Martin and Kieran Buckley in third, gone away from El Gaspero. My Trump Card and I Will Be Bay open up at the second last. I Will Be Bay lands the fractional leader. From My Trump Card, out in front of in third place, Remy Martin. I Will Be Bay, the hurdling debutant, has readily gone clear from My Trump Card. At the final flight, it's I Will Be Bay over the last. From My Trump Card, who landed flat-footed, is trying to rally. I Will Be Bay from My Trump Card, putting well clear of the third. I Will Be Bay snugly, comfortably by 3 from My Trump Card. Remy Martin will finish in third ahead of Al Gaspero.
Yes, first winner in 2024 for trainer Willie Mullins. Won't be the last. He'll be in the winners' enclosure here this afternoon, but it was a case of one jumping extremely well and the other in the top of the market jumping extremely poorly. My Trump Card, he landed on all fours at 4 different flights of hurdles. I Will Be By, I thought, jumped extremely well on hurdling debut as well, and just knew from a long way out. Jack Kennedy just wasn't happy with My Trump Card, but as I say, his jump for one of Gordon Elliott's first time out over hurdles has been very, very poor indeed. 2 across from the stands, passing the stands, he's landed on all fours. Again, at the last one beat, he landed on all fours. You would have to say, if this horse jumped a lot better, might have just got the better of I Will Be By. But as I say, Paul Townend, he got this lad into a good rhythm. He jumped extremely well for his first start over hurdles, although he had won a pint when trained by Colin Bowe as well. But you can see Jack Kennedy just turns into the straight. Paul Townend, he's slapping down the shoulder. Paul Townend, double handful underneath him. He's kept wide. Doesn't want to get close to My Trump Card and give him a bit of help. He knew, watching all the way around him, Jack Kennedy just wasn't jumping with any great fluency as well. He's picked it up between the second last and the last. As I say, he's run out a good winner here, down to the last. He's met a spot on, big and bold. Again, My Trump Card, who was beat at the time, has landed on all fours. It'd be hard to beat maybe the next day My Trump Card with that benefit of that run under his belt over hurdles. But as I say, he jumped very, very poorly indeed today. And Remy Martin, that's run well back in third as well. Had a look at the first, went down to the first as we saw. He was bucking and lashing out down at the start. Went down to the first under Kieran Buckley in front, and he just kind of half jammed on. Al Gaspero then picked up the running. He's jumped well. He's dropped away quite tamely indeed. But, you know, as I say, he'd won a pint. And I said beforehand, watching brief with him, 2 more runs. He's handicapped over hurdles as well. But as I say, this horse has jumped really well. 11-8 second favourite. He was a bumper winner at Galway, over 2.25 miles. Not the biggest in the world compared to My Trump Card, but as I say, very economical over his obstacles. And he's jumped extremely well to give Paul Townend and Willie Mullins their first winner of 2024. I'd be very surprised if we're not talking to Paul Townend on a couple of occasions throughout the afternoon. But good performance of this horse. And just got beat by, what is a smart horse of John McConnell's Instant Approach, you know, winner's bumper, a tactical affair. They didn't go much of a gallop that day in Galway. At Listowel on the final day of the festival. But put up a good performance here in hurdling debut here this afternoon. There's Harold Kirk and David Casey. And presume Willie is down in Tramore. We haven't seen him yet anyway, with David Casey here. I'd imagine Willie has made the trip down to Tramore, but Paul Townend giving the winning debrief. Wins in the colours of the Roaring Water Syndicate, and as I said, they have a smart horse here in their hands. It's took well to jumping, while as I say, a very poor effort on the jumping front from our long odds-on favourite, My Trump Card. As I say, jumping needs to improve a lot going forward. Long way back to Remy Martin back in third.
ahead, and interestingly, he was fitted with cheek pieces that day. No sign of them here. But Lisa O'Neill alongside me. Lisa, has he been found a nice spot here to strike over hurdles?
Yeah, I think so. I think he certainly has, Gary. He's an official rating of 79 on the flat. Should we be concerned that he's runner-up the last few times in a row? He's been runner-up on 4 of his 8 starts. So he was just touched off, as you mentioned, in the November handicap. That was a really rock-solid run. Look, if he can transfer any of that form over jumps here today, he has to take all the beating, but his credentials will be tested because he hasn't really proven himself on heavy testing conditions before, and it's a different ball game today altogether, isn't it?
Very much so. Let's have a look at number 3, Nuvotic, trained by Henry de Bromhead for Roger Brookhouse, and Darrow O'Keefe will ride, as he did when this horse finished 6th behind Stellar Story in a big field maiden at Navan last time out. Stellar Story has, I suppose you could say, been a little bit disappointing since then. Nuvotic had run well in a point-to-point previously and also showed promise at the Punchestown Festival in that bumper won by Predator's Gold. How big a threat do you think he might be, Lisa?
I think he could be a big threat, Gary. He's going to have to progress from everything we've seen so far. I think he's had respectable runs so far to date, and I think he's entitled to build on what we've seen of him in Navan over 2.5 mile on soft to heavy ground. He was a £90,000 purchase at the Cheltenham February sale after being second in a point-to-point for Patrick Turley. He wore a hood in Punchestown the last day. He's got the hood retained as well, and Darrow O'Keefe is on board. I'm sure he's one that'll be good in prominence as well. I wouldn't be surprised if he cut out most of the running like he did in the Land Rover bumper.
So that is Nuvotic for local trainer Henry de Bromhead. We'll try and have a look if we can at the likes of Not Keeping You Going and Sarkov, who look to be potential players here also. Not Keeping You Going, who does have to concede weight away all around here, and she's a mare as well, so on the face of things has a stiff enough task here. But we saw Bulldog shrug off his penalty in the first. Not Keeping You Going, point-to-point bump winner as well as a bumper scorer. No match for Jatara last time out at Fairyhouse, Lisa, but the winner certainly advertised that for me.
Yeah, it certainly has. I don't know if I'm being hard on her, but I feel like I've been a bit disappointed with her in the past. I think I was on in in Wexford when she was beaten favourite on her first start over hurls, and look, she's run well and consistently well the last couple of times, so hopefully she can build on that. I think Connections opting to take £7 off her back will definitely help her case today. She's by Khalife, and obviously this is her 5th start over hurls, so that's bound to help her. She's got that experience to hand, and I feel it's hard to be fully confident in her. I don't know if I'm being a bit hard on her. What do you think, Gary?
No, I'd be inclined to look elsewhere personally, but it's interesting Connections are persevering in maidens rather than go down the handicap route. She hasn't actually got a published handicap mark yet, but I'm sure there would have been one available after 4 starts over obstacles. We'll see how she gets on today. She's a 5-to-1 shot currently, and John Flavin and JJ Slevin, who were out a look in that last race with Clarence, who dropped away very disappointingly, team up in this one with Rev Inouye, another one who's won a point-to-point in his case at Tattersalls just under a month ago. We'll have a look at him for you now. The grey horse there by Kingston Hill, who's starting to make a name for himself as a stallion now, and relatively prominent in the market, bet 6.5 to 1 currently, Lisa. I wouldn't imagine that he'd be one you'd be in any rush to rule out here, would he?
No, I don't think so. I mean, when he won his point-to-point, he won it on heavy ground as well, so that's definitely going to help his case today, and obviously he stays well. He won his point-to-point for John Flavin at Tattersalls, as you said, in December, so he comes here relatively race fit as well. JJ Slevin in the plate. He was a £22,000 store, and he looks like a nice stamp of a horse in the parade ring, but for a local trainer that does quite well at this track too.
Absolutely. So that is Rev Inouye. We'll get a better handle on what he's capable of here this afternoon.
Probably a watch and brief for the moment though, would he be?
I think it would have to be, wouldn't it? But interesting recruit to rules racing, no doubt about that. Gabriel Ranger is just in front there, number 2. We might be able to pick that one up for you. Joe Murphy's runner, gelding by Diamond Boy, who ran well in a bumper 2 starts back at Thurles, when third to Henry de Bromhead's Factual Fact, and then went to the Punchestown Festival and wasn't disgraced after racing handily for much of the journey, when finishing in midfield behind Angelo Dundee in what wasn't a bad race by any stretch. Lacks hurdles experience, but could easily be a bit more to come from him, Lisa, I guess, couldn't it?
Yeah, there could be. He could improve for a jump in front of him. There's no doubt about that. It's his first start of the season, so he does lack race fitness. And that was his best run when he was placed in a bumper on one of his 3 starts. He's out of a mare that was trained by Con O'Keefe, running in the colours of Tygo Sullivan. Con O'Keefe and Tygo Sullivan, they had a good day in Cork in the Hillyway, not the Hillyway Day, with their mare, whose name escapes me right now, actually.
Kilbarry. No, sorry, it's not Kilbarry something, is it? Anyway,
we'll have to look that one up.
Yes, we will.
But Gabriel Ranger, yeah, absolutely could benefit with a jump in front of him and could take a step forward, but it's probably another one that's a watch and brief for the moment, taking on really testing conditions for the first time today as well. And Ricky Doyle in the plate. Another one we might try and get a look at is number 6, Sire Off. Brings a bit of recent form to the table, I think, number 6, Sire Off. He was well behind Nuvok in the Land Rover bumper, but he did take a step forward last time we seen him. He's probably got place chances maybe today if he can back that up.
Yeah, he was a bit of a revelation, actually. That's him there, just in the foreground, Sarkoff, in that Clonmel maiden hurdle. He was at 28 to 1 shot, but he was the only one that made a race of it, with the winner that day, Who Took the Biscuit, who was a length and 3/4 too good in the end, but 15 lengths clear of the rest. Now, it was a bad race, no two ways about that, and bottomless ground at Clonmel as well, but at least it did look like a step up on what he'd done in a couple of bumpers previously, in fairness, Lisa.
Yeah, definitely a step forward. He's actually from a really good family. He's by Sholikoff. He's actually a half brother to the dual grade 1 winning No More Heroes, so he's got it in the book, and he's coming from a trainer who's in rude health at the moment as well, after having one of his best days at Kempton.
I don't know if he's in rude health, his horses anyway.
Well, maybe, yeah.
He's probably had a tough few days to show.
That is questionable. I can imagine that the party is still ongoing, but yeah, he looks pretty alert and having a look around the parade ring, but he definitely one that could come in to claim place money in this.
So that's a look at the principles, on paper at least, for our third race of the day. Pat the Carrig and half of 6pence, the only 2 that we didn't get a look at. Pat the Carrig is making his racecourse debut today. Does hail from a yard that landed a bit of a touch here last year, and is based locally, Dermot O'Brien, and the other one half of 6pence, trained by Harry Kelly in County Tipperary. Didn't run too badly behind Bon Prince here last time, but I think would still need to step up on that to be winning this afternoon. Runners then gathering down at the start for this maiden hurdle over around about 2 mile 5.5 furlongs. Even money now about Stoke the Fire in the pale blue silks with the orange epaulets there of Midland Park Racing Limited. Danny Mullins taking the ride. Willie Mullins, who's got 2 live chances in our big race later on, out of luck with his first runner of the day. Milo Lee's a shade disappointing in the David Flynn Construction Maiden Hurdle, which kicked things off here. But we'll be hopeful of better here in what looks a weakish contest, to be honest. Looking at the prices there, Lisa, anything of any particular interest, do you think, or is it shaping up as you might expect?
No, I would imagine, well, I think that the favourite is the right favourite in the market. Obviously, Not Keeping You Going has drifted a little bit, and Rev in UE has actually tightened up a little bit as well for John Flavin, so that's very interesting. And one we mentioned is Best Watch today, maybe we'll regret saying that, but lining up good and prominent. It's going to be really testing, Gary. The rain's coming down good and heavy at the moment. It wouldn't surprise me even if they stay a little bit off the inside. We've had 2 races so far and the ground's getting a little bit chewed up. Albeit the rain is falling, it's loose as well, but I would imagine there'll be lads looking for a little bit fresher ground as the day progresses on the hurl track.
No doubt. So a shade of odds on now about our market leader Stoke the Fire, 11 to 10 on. Has been costly to follow on the flat. Was a beaten favourite at the Galway Festival when second at Granville Street, and also in a maiden hurdle here behind Uxmal. But Willie Mullins obviously happy enough that he acted on the track that day to bring him back here. Much better effort last time behind Prairie Dancer in the big handicap at Naas on October the 15th. Fitness shouldn't be any issue after 2.5 months or so on the sidelines. Sarkov just a bit away from the others at the moment, about to join up with the rest. And it looks as though Danny Mullins will be going forward here on Stoke the Fire. So as they walk round the bend into the tape, we will join our commentator Peter O'Hare for the 3rd of the afternoon here at pretty gloomy Tramore.
The 8 runners on the walk forward towards the starter. White flag is up. Off and racing in race 3, the Ryan's Cleaning Services maiden hurl, just under 3 circuits ahead of them this time. And as they head uphill away from the stand, sharing the lead, Stoke the Fire, with going through on the inside half off sixpence. Also close up is Nuvotic, around the outside, Not Keeping You Going as they make the top turn. A bit detached at the back of the field, Pat de Carrick as they go to jump flight number 2 off to the stands. And half off sixpence leads them over it from Stoke the Fire, jumping up to be within a length of the leader. And they're tracked on the downhill run by Nuvotic. Towards the inside, on the outside is Not Keeping You Going. Just behind them, the grey is Rev Anwi. And behind the grey, as they continue downhill, approaching the elbow that'll bring them across towards the straight is Sirecoff with Gabriel Ranger, and at the back is Pat de Carrick. As they make the swing, it brings them across towards flight number 3. Half off sixpence, Sean Flanagan taking them along. Improving up on the outside is Not Keeping You Going under Tom Riley. 3rd spot, Stoke the Fire, Danny Mullins, with close in behind them towards the inner, Nuvotic, Dara O'Keefe. Towards the outer, the grey is Rev Anwi and JJ Slevin. The red and black colours, Ricky Doyle on Gabriel Ranger. Wide of that one is the maroon and white of Sirecoff, Jody McGarvey, and a few lengths adrift, Pat de Carrick, Sam Ewing. As they clear the first of the 2 flights, it'll bring them up to pass the stand. Slight mistake there by Stoke the Fire. Heading on to number 4. Flight they'll jump 3 times. In the lead, in the blue and yellow colours, half off sixpence, leads from Stoke the Fire, jumping up between horses. Towards the stand side is Not Keeping You Going, and towards the inner Nuvotic, Ravanui is just behind them. Gabriel Ranger, Sirecough towards the outside, and still the back marker, but in touch is Pat the Carrick. As they make the turn, head away from the enclosures, about to complete a circuit. They're heading for flight number 5 on the side of the track. Half off sixpence from on the outside, Not Keeping You Going, just behind them. Both Stoke the Fire, Nuvotic is towards the inside. Then Revanui, Gabriel Ranger, the final pair as they head to the top turn, Sirecough and Pat the Carrick as they make the turn and head for the flight opposite the stands. It's number 6 this time. Continuing in front, half off sixpence. Lead is just over a length from Not Keeping You Going second. Stoke the Fire landed third. Nuvotic towards his inside. Revanui close in behind with Gabriel Ranger, a break of 3 to Sirecough, and pushed along at the back for a few strides, Pat the Carrick. As they continue downhill, Sean Flanagan dictating things on half off sixpence. Did so successfully on Binks in our second race. Leads by a length. Not Keeping You Going, Tom Riley second. Stoke the Fire and Danny Mullins a close third. Tracked on the inside by Nuvotic and Darragh O'Keefe. They're followed to the elbow by Rev Anui and JJ Slevin. Gabriel Ranger next. Under Ricky Doyle, last of the main group, Sirecough, Jody McGarvey, and a length and a half away to Pat the Carrick and Sam Ewing as they head across the bottom of the track. On the approach to the first of the 2 flights, that'll bring them up past the stands, and then they have another circuit to complete. Half off sixpence, up on the outside, Not Keeping You Going. Close behind the leader is Stoke the Fire. Nuvotic is towards the inside, Revanui in touch towards the outer. A mistake there by Gabriel Ranger. Followed to the flight in front of the stands by Sirecough and Pat the Carrick. Jumping the flight that brings them up past the judge. Half off sixpence, Not Keeping You Going. Little over the length away. And third, Stoke the Fire. Nuvotic and the blue and pink on the inside. Gabriel Ranger has made a little headway. On the outside, Revanui is in touch. 3 lengths to Sirecough and a break of about 5 then to Pat the Carrick as they run away from the stands for the final time. They have 4 to jump in the Ryan's Cleaning Services maiden hurl. And half off sixpence, still the leader, but closely followed now by Stoke the Fire and Nuvotic towards the inside. Not Keeping You Going right with them. Gabriel Ranger behind them in 5th, and then Sirecough, Revanui being pulled up at the back as Pat the Carrick as they make the top turn and head for their 3rd last flight with just about 5 furlongs to race. Half off sixpence, led by less than a length from Stoke the Fire. Close second, Nuvotic just in behind them, bumped along on the outside, Not Keeping You Going, and a clear break back then to Gabriel Ranger as they continue midway down the far side. With just under half a mile to race, Stoke the Fire goes through on the inside to tackle, half off sixpence. They show almost 2 in front. Nuvotic is third, Not Keeping You Going, pushed along in 4th, and they're clear of Gabriel Ranger. And then Sirecough as they make the elbow that brings them across towards the second last. Stoke the Fire goes on from in second, half off sixpence. Nuvotic pushed along on the inside trying to go into second spot, but Stoke the Fire beginning to open up. Has gone on 5 or 6 in front. Nuvotic through on the inside into second, half off sixpence third. The leader is Stoke the Fire and Danny Mullins with a clear advantage, jumping the second last. Over and clear by 7 or 8. Slight mistake in second by Nuvotic. Also not foot perfect, half off sixpence, but heading to the final flight. Stoke the Fire is clear. Jumps it safely and comes up the hill well clear. It's going to complete an across the card double for Willie Mullins. So making a successful start to his hurling career. Stoke the Fire wins impressively for Danny Mullins. Nuvotic second, back in third, the long time leader, half off sixpence, and in 4th spot is Not Keeping You Going.
All very straightforward indeed for Stoke the Fire. He's put an end to that sequence of second place finishes with a victory here. First of his career for Midland Park Racing, Willie Mullins and Danny Mullins. 6-5 on he returns, and bar a couple of early mistakes, there weren't really too many anxious moments for those that rode in with this horse today. And now that he's got his head in front, this was a good opportunity, obviously, for him today. But do you think, Lisa, he might be able to go on and turn into a fun dual-purpose horse, maybe?
Yeah, I think he could. We won't lose the run of ourselves with this, but I think, albeit it was a procession, he jumped well on the whole, a couple of early mistakes. I think thought his jumping warmed up as he got on through the race, and he's handled this really testing conditions, and it's a long way back to the second horse. John McConnell's not keeping you going has been disappointing yet again, but the winner's won well, Gary. He's done what he had to do, and yeah, he could develop into a nice dual-purpose horse in the future. He could mix it between codes, and he might actually get a bit of confidence out of getting his head in front today. So plenty of positives to take from it.
Very much. I'm sure he will win races on the level in due course also, but he's made a good start to life over hurdles here today. Travelled well, almost travelled a bit too well, didn't he?
Yeah, he did actually. At times of the race, looking at Danny, he looked like he was nearly a little bit keen or over racing a little bit, and I just thought, considering conditions are so, it's a war of attrition out there, I thought maybe that might take its toll, but look, he's proved way too good for his rivals, and hopefully we'll get to see plenty more of this guy going forward into the winter months, because he handles these kind of conditions, and we'll see what else he can do.
A couple of hardy members of the Midland Park Club turning up to welcome him back to the #1 spot. And Danny, of course, got Classic Getaway to come in the feature later on. Between now and then, he'll be on board Kilbarry Saint for
season, but it wasn't the strongest of maiden hurdles on that occasion. Miss Oreo, another one worth to mention, disappointed when pulling up at Huntington on her most recent start early November time, but did win over course and distance here back in October. Won well under today's rider, Shane Fenlon. That was a maiden hurdle. Can be a keen going sort, this filly, and as I say, her second run in handicap company, and as I say, she jumped badly out to her left on handicap debut. That was at Huntington, and pulled up then quite quickly after dropping out of it as well. But as I say, she has one round here, but just on second on handicap company, she just needs to learn how to settle here this afternoon as well. Max Express, obviously interesting as well, yet to win, has been placed in 3 with 17 starts. Jack Gilligan taking the 7 off as well. Showed plenty of promise early on in its career when trained by Jessica Harrington. Can be a little bit of a quirky individual, Max Express, but this daughter of Mount Nelson, again, she, like Lovely Reaction, is reverting back from fences, back over hurdles as well. Didn't run too bad at Cheltenham back in the November meeting, to be fair to her. Wasn't beaten all that far in the race. There was one by Impose Trois, but she definitely has the ability to win something like this. But as I say, a little bit quirky. She has been quite consistent, to be fair to her, since joining Paul Gilligan. Let's get up to Jeff.
In the toad handicap hurdle, it's the top weight Missouri, the first to show in front, being followed to the flight on the approach to the straight by last time course winner Don't Talk. Nice and handy in third is Lovely Reaction, followed by Max Express, and then Bocelli's Voice. And give him the honor. Reaching their first flight, Missouri builds up a lead of over 3 lengths from Don't Talk. 4 in front of Lovely Reaction, Max Express. Followed into the straight for the first time by Bocelli's Voice, and then give him the honor. On the inside is Dark Image, followed by Brega and Piper's Bourine in between horses. Further back in the field to the Gamble Don't Pay Later. Turning in for flights 2 and 3, and it's Miss Oreo out in front of the field from Don't Talk, the White Jacket, followed on straightening by Lovely Reaction, Max Express, Bocelli's Voice, Dark Image, give him the honor. Piper's Bourine next, followed by Brega, Pay Later, C Set, Listen Here to Me Jack, and Coco Colada. Glory to God Tom, Final Endeavor, and Custer's Mistake, the back marker. On they come to their final 2 miles in flight number 3. Out clear is Miss Oreo and Shane Fenlon from Don't Talk. Danny Gilligan link up with the flight in second place. 3 disputing third. Lovely Reaction, Simon Torrance. 1 out from the rail Max Express, Jack Gilligan, Bocelli's Voice and Paddy O'Hanlon, and then Give Him the Honour. Dark Image next with Piper's Boreen, and then Braga and Pay later in the blue and white. C-Set next, and Glory to God Tom. Coca Colada is 3 behind. Listen Here to Me, Jack, Final Endeavour, and Custer's Mistake. Breaking further clear of the field is Missorio heading uphill to flights 4, 5 and 6 from Don't Talk, who leads the chasing pack. Then Lovely Reaction, Max Express, Bocelli's Voice, Give Him the Honour. Dark Image, Piper's Boreen, Braga, Pay later, Glory to God Tom, Coca Colada, C-Set, followed by Listen Here to Me, Jack, Final Endeavour, and Custer's Mistake. Over the centre flight on the uphill run to the top of the track. And to the halfway stage, it's Miss Oreo enjoying a useful looking advantage over the third of the 3 from Don't Talk, Lovely Reaction, Max Express, Give Him the Honour, Bocelli's Voice, Piper's Boreen, Break It, Pay later, Dark Image, Glory to God Tom. They're at halfway. And the tote pays you more handicap hurdle. A long way clear is Missorio from Don't Talk, who's chased from Flagfall and Lovely Reaction. Bocelli's Voice, Give Him the Honour next on the outside. With Max Express in between horses, 2 lengths to Piper's Boreen, followed downhill by Dark Image and then Braga. Pay later, Glory to God Tom and Coca Colada. Listen Here to Me, Jack, C-Set is struggling, is 2 behind Final Endeavour and Custer's Mistake. Miss Oreo has this field well strung out with less than a mile to go and 4 flights to jump. Miss Oreo, can she sustain this clear advantage? A commanding advantage over Don't Talk, Lovely Reaction, Max Express, as they turn towards the 4th last flight. Miss Oreo and Shane Fenlon, yet to see any one of their rivals throughout, have 7 furlongs to go and 4 to jump. From Don't Talk, who's raced on by 3 lengths to the 3rd running Bocelli's Voice, then Max Express. Lovely Reaction next on the inside. Returning to their point of departure, 3 left to jump. It is Miss Oreo. The top-weighted mare is a long way clear still from Don't Talk as they enter their final 5 furlongs with 3 flights left to jump. After Don't Talk, as they come to this flight on the approach to the straight, is Bocelli's Voice, then Max Express, Lovely Reaction, Give Him the Honour, Piper's Boreen, Glory to God Tom next as they head for this flight. And with a reduced advantage, Miss Oreo from Don't Talk, who's been tipping away at the deficit, has it down now to 10 to 12 lengths, then Max Express, Lovely Reaction, ridden along on the inside of Bocelli's Voice, and then Piper's Boreen. Next is Give Him the Honour. No trace of Pay later as they run into the straight. With 2 left to jump, Miss Oreo, now by 8 lengths to Don't Talk, followed by Bocelli's Voice. Out of the group emerges Piper's Boreen, then Max Express, Lovely Reaction, Give Him the Honour and Glory to God Tom, and then Pay later and Coca Colada. Coming down towards the 2nd last, and it's Miss Oreo beginning to tie up as Don't Talk looms in the centre. On the outside, Piper's Boreen, followed by Bocelli's Voice, Lovely Reaction, Give Him the Honour. The picture is changing with 1 hurdle to jump, and Don't Talk has taken the long-time leader. Miss Oreo, Piper's Boreen is keeping on in 2nd, and then Bocelli's Voice, Give Him the Honour, Lovely Reaction, and Coca Colada. But it's Don't Talk and Danny Gilligan, the one to catch at the final flight. It's Don't Talk from Piper's Boreen, then Give Him the Honour next on the inside, Bocelli's Voice. Plugging on is Coca Colada ahead of Lovely Reaction, but driven out is the 7, Don't Talk. Continues to improve his form here at Fairyhouse as he doubles up for Carl Thornton. 2nd is Piper's Boreen, then Give Him the Honour and Coca Colada, Bocelli's Voice and Lovely Reaction.
Yeah, Go Before Inspire winner follows up, of course, under an £8 rise, revised mark. Of course, Danny Gilligan offsetting 5 of that with his valuable £5 claim as well. Don't Talk for local trainer Carl Thornton. Back up in trip, won well under the minimum trip here in his most recent start with the tongue tie on for the first time. That was retained here this afternoon. It was a real war of attrition here, to be fair. Miss Oreo, as we said beforehand, was the likely pace angle. She's a keen going individual. Shane Fenlon tried his best just to save a bit, turning down the back, got a breather into her, but you knew turning into the straight she was starting to tread water, galloping up and down in the one spot. She's just too hard on herself the early part of the race. And over a Villiers, well over 2.5 miles. I wouldn't mind dropping her back a little bit in trip, considering how keen she was. Danny Gilligan, he basically controlled the race from where he was. He sat at distance second. Excuse me, and he controlled the race from thereafter. Good performance by this horse, and as I said, a tongue tie on for the second time has worked the treat. Big run from the filly down at the bottom. The eventual runner-up, Conor McNamara, on board for another local yard in Shane Nolan as well. That was our handicap debut, and only her 7th run of her career. Piper's Boreen, daughter of Westerner. She's run a cracker also, and it's a big run from her. Also a big run from another handicap debutante was Give Me the Honour from the Paul Nolan stable. Eventually finished third in familiar John Brennan colours. First time over the 2.5 mile trip as well. He's definitely a horse that'll have no trouble winning one of these as well. Son of Workforce, who won a pint in his only start as a 4-year-old. That was only his 4th start over hurdles. He's won well. Wouldn't be adverse to stepping him up in trip, to be fair to him either. And as I say, he's run a solid race. Coco Calada, that's run well also for the finish back in 4th. Done a miler on board. Carl Thornton's stable companion, of course, of our winner as well. That had the tongue strap on for its handicap debut. Son of Affinity, that's run a cracker. There's our trainer there, winning trainer. Carl Thornton just taking the tongue strap off and opening up the cross noseband, getting the debrief off Danny Gilligan. But opens up more options for this horse. As I say, he was well supported the last day, and again here this afternoon too, stepping up and trip, really handles these testing conditions. I'm going back to the eventual runner-up, Piper's Boreen, 4th start over hurdles, handicap debut. She's run well also. She was placing a bumper in her 3rd start as well, but as I said, there could be more to come from her also. That was by far and away our best run for quite some time as well in handicap debut. But a good performance by the winner here, local trainer, local winner, and his stable companion to finish back and forth in handicap debut. That's definitely one for the future, as of course is the 3rd as well, the Paul Nolan trained Give Me the Honour. That's run a cracker on handicap debut, and as I say, I wouldn't be adverse to stepping him up and trip going forward. Right, let's go.
and 6 furlongs. Horses are in the parade ring, and number 2 Buchel Bucht is going to be a short price favourite for this to follow up his win here over pretty much the same course and distance last time. He was a big market springer that day, went off 3-1 favourite, having shown promise in particular on the first of 3 runs in maidens, and he duly proved nicely ahead of his mark. And Lisa, he's now got to beat the same horse, Kiln Time, who's been in the meantime, he's run a couple of times since then and has a pull this time. Will it be enough, do you think?
I think it will. I think he's bags of improvement. I love the way he went through the race at Tramore back in November. Thought he picked up really well, maybe idled when he hit the front and lugged a little bit to his left, but I think he has bags of improvement, bags of potential, and I think he won somewhat the way he liked, maybe a little bit. I think he was better than the winning margin actually suggests, because I think when he hit the front he just idled a little bit. Mark Walsh on board for JP McManus. Ted Walsh, well, cool, won a good handicap at Leopardstown last week, and I think even though he's up £10, I think he's the one to beat. Okay,
Buchel Bucht then likely to be tough to beat here, you would imagine. Is that very much the key piece of form, Lisa? Do you think anything else might be able to get in on the action?
No, I think that's the major piece of form in the context of this race. I know Killing Time, he's a consistent type, and 3 parts of a length by Buchel Bucht the last day we seen Buchel Bucht, but Killing Time has had 2 other runs since. He's been to Punchestown and he ran really well when he was just denied by another Ted Walsh runner at Fairyhouse over 3 mile on heavy ground. I think the fact that he's had 2 more runs was positive for Buchel Bucht, who comes here a little bit fresher than Killing Time. He was obviously a Wexford last November, and I'm sure he'll be at the business things, but the fact that he's been kept busy is he's gone up for his consistency well a little bit in the weights, but he does meet Buchel Bucht better off of the weights. I'm in Buchel Bucht camp.
Yes, the bell just for the jockeys to mount. Party Pack might be one of the more interesting of the remaining runners. That will make its handicap debut today for John Flavin and JJ Slevin after 3 runs in company, but to step forward significantly. There is Buchel Bucht, Ted Walsh just giving the leg up to his namesake Mark, and certainly didn't look last time as though a rating of 97 would necessarily prevent him from winning again. 11-8 currently, Killing Time at 100-30. Number 10 there in shot is a 20-1 shot currently. That's Cruising Susan for the John Berry stable in County Wexford.
She actually not really comes into it, but her form ties in with Buchel Bucht and obviously Killing Time as well. When she finished 3rd behind them, she was beaten 4 1/4 lengths, but she's got to step forward from all of that really, because she's been busy as well. She's been to Punchestown and she was been to Fairyhouse, whereas she was behind Killing Time on that occasion as well. So she's got to step forward. She's a big price as well at 20-1 for the Berry team, who are local to Tramore here. But what an ocean in shot as well, Gary. She's one who's been quite frustrating for her owners, the Power family, but she's 0 from 15, but she's encouraging signs of late, but she needs to step forward if she's to get her head in front today. She's somewhat frustrating, as I mentioned, off a mark at 92. She has run well here in the past, so the fact she handles this track is definitely a positive. Sam Ewing on board as well, but I think the race, I think it centres around the top 2 in the market really.
It does look that way, doesn't it? Buchel Bucht remaining a pretty strong favourite, 11-8 currently. The weights are headed here by the veteran Mick Charley, who did land a bit of a punt when he won at Fairyhouse back in October and hasn't run too badly in 2 subsequent starts at Sligo and then back at Fairyhouse last time when he was no match for Danny the Fence. The winner hasn't really done an awful lot for that form in 2 subsequent starts though, so that would be a slight concern. And Jack Hendrick back in the play today as he was at Sligo, taking £7 off Mick Charley's back. 3rd the best he can hope for, do you think, realistically?
Yeah, I think so. I think at the age he is now, It's funny enough, they've actually had the hood applied majority of the time he's run. The hood is actually left off today. Look, there's still could be potential off the mark that he's at, but you know, at the age of 12 now, Jack Hendrick takes £7 off, which will definitely help his cause. And he has bags of stamina, but he ran really well off his revised mark actually the last day as well. But as you said, the form hasn't really been franked, so he needs to take another step forward.
White flag is raised as they walk forward. Often racing in our fourth, it's the Tramore Medical Clinic Handicap Hurl. Again, just less than 3 circuits ahead of them. Mick Charlie towards the inside is the early leader as they go to jump to first. Walking the Stars up on the outer. Buchel Bucht is close between horses with Party Pack also in touch as they head for the top turn is Kilbarry Saint. As they make the turn, it'll bring them on to flight number 2. Mick Charlie establishing a lead of over 3 lengths ahead of Kilbarry Saint. The white and red on the outside, Walking the Stars. Buchel Bucht is between horses. Bad mistake by Party Pack. Drop back towards the rear of the field as they continue downhill. Mick Charlie and Jack Hendrick going along in front, leading by just about 2 lengths to Kilbarry Saint. Danny Mullins through on the inside into second. Buchel Bucht. Mark Walsh is next. Towards the outside, Walking the Stars, Darragh O'Keefe. Close up on the inner is Kiln Time and Brian Hayes, improving to dispute the second spot now. Behind that leading quartet is Tour Moon and Conor Brazel in the predominantly white colours. The black and yellow of the Railway Man and Jody McGarvey towards the outside of What an Ocean and Sam Ewing. And at the back, Party Pack, JJ Slevin towards the outside, the pale blue colours of Cruisin' Susan and John Berry in rear. As they head across towards flight number 3, Mick Charlie going along in front. Killing Time now a close second on the inside. Close up behind them towards the outer walk in the Stars with Buchel Bucht and Kilbarry Saint alongside as they jump that flight and head uphill. The Railway Man behind them with Tour Moon as they continue uphill to the flight in front of the stands. Mick Charlie continues to show the way to Killing Time, Kilbarry Saint. On the outside is Walking the Stars. Slight mistake there by Buchel Bucht, passed by Tour Moon as they pass the winning post 2 circuits ahead of them. In front is Mick Charlie from Kiln Time, a definite second. Kilbarry Saint on the inside of Walking the Stars. Behind them, Tour Moon. Cruisin' Susan making a move up on the rail in the pale blue. Buchel Bucht is next with What an Ocean, and the final pair, the Railway Man and back marker now Party Pack. This is flight number 5 as they clear it and head to the top turn. Mick Charlie from Kiln Time, Kilbarry Saint on the inside. Walking the Stars close in behind, and then Tour Moon, Buchel Bucht, What an Ocean. Cruisin' Susan has lost a few places gained passing the stands. The Railway Man is to the outside of that one and a break of almost 4 lengths to Party Pack as they continue down the far side, beginning to become strung out as Mick Charlie leads by 1.5 lengths under Jack Hendrick to Kilbarry Saint. Danny Mullins retaining second spot, Killing Time and Brian Hayes is third. Walking the Stars next, Darragh O'Keefe. Tour Moon on the inside, Conor Brazel with alongside Buchel Bucht and Mark Walsh, and behind them as they run downhill are pushed along What an Ocean under Sam Ewing. Cruisin' Susan, John Berry with the Railway Man and Jody McGarvey, and a clear break to the back marker Party Pack as they reach the elbow. That'll bring them across the bottom towards the first of the 2 flights in the straight. Continuing to show the way, Mick Charlie. Kilbarry Saint, Killing Time up on the outside to share second spot. Between horses in fourth, Walking the Stars. Not far behind them is Buchel Bucht towards the outside, Tour Moon around the inner. And they're followed across by What an Ocean, Cruisin' Susan, the Railway Man, detached Party Pack. As they jump the first of the 2 flights, that'll bring them past the stands. Mick Charlie led, Killing Time up on the outside of Kilbarry Saint as they head on to the flight in front of the stands. Last one after another circuit. Mick Charlie in the yellow and green out in front, Killing Time, the green and red near side. sharing second spot with the green and pink of Kilbarry Saint. Behind them on the inside is Tour Moon. Near side, Walking the Stars. Between them, What an Ocean. Buchel Bucht in the hoops on the outside of them. Then Cruisin' Susan, a break to the Railway Man and pulled up at the back. Party Pack as they head away from the stands. Beginning this final circuit, Mick Charlie, Kilbarry Saint in second. Kiln Time is third. Then Tour Moon and Walking the Stars. What an Ocean and Buchel Bucht and Cruisin' Susan as they stream out over the fourth last flight. The Railway Man has been pulled up before that flight. Heading to the turn that'll bring them across towards their third last flight. Mick Charlie continuing to dictate things in front. Kilbarry Saint about 3 lengths away in second. Tour Moon is third. Kiln Time is pushed along in fourth, and then What an Ocean. And behind them a break of about 4 lengths to Buchel Bucht, and then Cruisin' Susan. As they run downhill, they have a long run before they reach their second last flight. Mick Charlie in the lead by a little over a length. Tour Moon through on the inside. Kilbarry Saint to close third. Kiln Time in touch in fourth. What an Ocean pushed along. Buchel Bucht is trying to make headway behind them, and then Cruisin' Susan. As they head on, 3 furlongs to race and the 2 flights to jump. Mick Charlie, Tour Moon, Kilbarry Saint, Kiln Time in touch, a break then of about 5 lengths. Buchel Bucht driven along is gone into 5th spot. And then What an Ocean as they head across. On the approach to the second last flight, moving through now on the inside, Tour Moon is the new leader under Conor Brazel. In the centre of the course is long-time leader Mick Charlie. A break to Kilbarry Saint and they're clear as they come to jump to second last. Tour Moon leads. Mick Charlie trying to rally on the outside, but Tour Moon leads by a couple of lengths to Mick Charlie, clear of Kilbarry Saint, who made a mistake. Buchel Bucht trying to plug on behind them, but heading towards the final flight. Tour Moon towards the far side. Mick Charlie rallying near side in second and away from it. Mick Charlie on the stand side has regained the advantage with less than 100 yards to race. Mick Charlie and Jack Hendrick driven out will win from Tour Moon in second. Buchel Bucht back in third, and What an Ocean will finish fourth ahead of Kilbarry Saint.
So at the age of 12, Mick Charlie has won again here, and he's pulled this one out of the fire. He looked in big trouble when Tour Moon went past on the run to 2 out, but Mick Charlie, to his credit, dug in, and 2 tired horses battling it out from the final flight. But it was Mick Charlie who proved just the stronger to score for local yard of Declan Quealy and Jack Hendrick in the saddle. Here we are in the run to 2 out. They'd seen off Kilbarry Saint at this stage, and the market principles well beaten off, though Buchel Bucht did plug on for 3rd spot in the end, Lisa, but worrying signs for his supporters from a relatively early stage, I thought.
Yeah, the riding was on the wall from a long way out. He jumped off nice and prominent and lost his early pitch, and you could always see Mark Walsh was struggling even to hold his position with a good circuit to go. But Mick Charlie, it's a trend, as I mentioned, we'll see throughout the day as well in Tramore. He jumped out, he made all, and he wasn't for catching. It looked like the second horse, Tour Moon, was actually going to come with a rally, and he hit the front, I think, at the second last, Gary. But Mick Charlie's really battled hard, 12 years of age now, but he's a battled hardened type, and he knew what this takes, and off a rating of 101, Jack Hendrick's £7 claim came in here. It was very valuable.
So a very bad mistake there, 2 out from Kilbarry Saint, who was beating retreat at the time. Buchel Bucht keeping on for 3rd spot, but unable to get to grips with the front 2.
Danny Mullins I think he was a bit confident coming down the hill because he had a look either side of him. I think he was checking out his opposition, but travelled nearly too well. One that was much too keen and didn't see it out. Even maybe dropping back in trip might suit her a little bit.
You see conditions really taking their toll now at this stage, with the rain having really got into the ground and continuing to fall here. There is the winner, wearing the colours of Thomas Coughlin, quite lightly raced for a horse of his age. And
Hood left off for a long time, Gary, today as well. That obviously helps matters too, but he's a really likeable sort, and he came here
this day last year, but he got a fair hike from the handicapper on that occasion. Good run behind Ted Walsh's Pictures of Home and his most recent start of a course and distance here back in the middle of December. And prior to that was third to Bob Cigar, who was winning a handicap debut at Punchestown. He let the form then down subsequently on his next start, but that was a Thurles on their final meeting before Christmas. But sure, why not? He needs a good gallop to aim at, because as I say, he's a hold-up performer, likes to come from behind, but he does handle this ground. He won this race last year, albeit under a £9 lower mark. Shouldn't be too much longer. Liz Lucky's another one worth a mention as well, but shouldn't turn the form around at Duffy's Getaway in that run of Punchestown from the Pat Foley yard. There's 11 lengths to make up a Duffy's Getaway, although Liz Lucky meeting Duffy's Getaway on £11 better, £13 actually better terms here this afternoon, but he's 11.5 lengths she has to make up with Duffy's Getaway, the Philip Rothwell runner. Liz Lucky, as is customary, will be ridden quite prominently along with Six Hands in My Pocket. Very frustrating horse to follow. Last couple of runs have been over fence and not completing. Let's get up to Jerry.
2024 handicap hurdle. The leader is the grey Six Hands in My Pocket. Good run before they reach their first flight. It's followed by Liz Lucky, Appian Way third, disputing the fourth, Red to Return, and the top weight San Martino, tracked by Mighty Oak Lad. Then last year's winner, Why Not? On the outside is Shanro Act, and then Duffy's Getaway and Killinor Lad. Steady as they go towards the first. Six Hands in My Pocket is joined by Liz Lucky, 3 parts of a length in front of the third place. Appian Way, Mighty Oak Lad next on the outside of Red to Return, and then San Martino, Why Not? On the outside, Shanro Act, it's followed by Duffy's Getaway, Killinor last of the 10. Flight 1, Six Hands in My Pocket, Mighty Oak Lad jumped up on terms. Liz Lucky next with San Martino and Red to Return, and Appian Way's been shuffled back into 2-4-6 spot. Then Shanro Act, Why Not? Duffy's Getaway last but 1, bringing up the rear is Killinor last. When they come to the second before the straight, new leader, Mighty Oak Lad picks up a 1-length advantage over Six Hands in My Pocket. San Martino alongside, in between those two is Appian Way. Then Red to Return, Liz Lucky, Shanro Act, the final 3 are Why Not? Duffy's Getaway, Killinor last. Turning in for the first time in this 3-miler, the Fairyhouse membership, available for 2024 handicap hurdle. In the lead is Mighty Oak Lad, done the miler, extending their advantage to 2.5 to 3 lengths over San Martino, edging into second place ahead of Six Hands in My Pocket. And then Appian Way, Red to Return, Liz Lucky, Shanro Act, as they swing in for the next 2. Mighty Oak Lad racing right of center, followed by San Martino on this side. On the left, Liz Lucky, Six Hands in My Pocket, Appian Way, Red to Return, Shanro Act, and then Why Not? Duffy's Getaway on a 3-timer bid, as one behind Killinor last. Heading for their final 2 miles. In the lead is Mighty Oak Lad, from Liz Lucky improving over the far side, and then San Martino, Six Hands in My Pocket, Appian Way, Red to Return in between horses with the noseband, and then Shanro Act. It was followed by Why Not with the final couple, a circuit to go, Duffy's Getaway and Killinor last. Finishing next time as they make the bend to the first of 3 uphill flights along the side of the track. Shortly at halfway, Mighty Oak Lad by length, improving his Red to Return. Goes up in between Six Hands in My Pocket and Appian Way. Round the outer is San Martino. Running the inside rail is Liz Lucky, and then Shanro Act. Duffy's Getaway. Killinor last, relegates Why Not to be last of the 10. But they're well packed up at the first of the 3. Mighty Oak Lad. Appian Way just landed second from Red to Return. Out wide is San Martino. On the inner is Liz Lucky. And then Six Hands in My Pocket and Shanro Act and Duffy's Getaway. Killinor last and Why Not? On to the last of the 3 as they've gone by halfway. and it's Mighty Oak Lad in the lead. Jumping the next from Red to Return, disputing second with Appian Way and San Martino. Liz Lucky hasn't left the inside throughout. As they turn at the top of the track, a significant run before they reach the fourth last flight with 10 furlongs to go, and it's Mighty Oak Lad. Stretching back into 2.5 lead over Red to Return, Liz Lucky. Appian Way next with San Martino and Six Hands in My Pocket. They've grouped for the placings in behind the leader. And then Shanro Act, followed by Duffy's Getaway, Killinor last 2 lengths to Sure Why Not. The circuit completed. Just over a mile of the race left, and for the jump, it's Mighty Oak Lad. From Red to Return, was nudged into second place out of Appian Way. Then Six Hands in My Pocket, Liz Lucky, San Martino, Shanro Act, Killinor last, Duffy's Getaway, and 3 lengths to Sure Why Not. 7 furlongs to go for the jump. In race 4, the Fairyhouse membership 2024 3-mile handicap. Mighty Oak Lad by 1/2 to Red to Return, who's now going up to match the front runner. 3 parts of a length back to Appian Way, and then San Martino and Six Hands in My Pocket, Liz Lucky and Shanro Act, and Killinor last, Duffy's Getaway, and Sure Why Not. Tightly grouped at the 4th last flight. Mighty Oak Lad and Red to Return together, followed by Appian Way and San Martino. Liz Lucky on the inside of Six Hands in My Pocket, and then Shanro Act with the final 3, Killinor last, Duffy's Getaway, and Sure Why Not. It's wide open heading for the 3rd last flight with 5 furlongs to go. Red to Return, Mighty Oak Lad, attended now by San Martino and Appian Way, these 4 covered by just over 2 lengths, and then Six Hands in My Pocket, Liz Lucky and Shanro Act, and then comes Killinor last, Duffy's Getaway, and Sure Why Not. Running round the home turn with 1/2 mile to go and 2 flights to jump. Mighty Oak Lad leads narrowly on the turn in. From Red to Return, Liz Lucky next on the inside. Coming into it is Duffy's Getaway. Coming under pressure is San Martino and then Shanro Act. Starting to close from last to Sure Why Not. Killinor last is running on the spot. Dropping out tamely, both Appian Way and Six Hands in My Pocket about to be pulled up. Coming down to the second last, it is Mighty Oak Lad and Dunamiler making the best of their way home from Duffy's Getaway, who's now getting reminders to try and bridge the gap. Followed by Liz Lucky, over 2 out. It's Mighty Oak Lad, the leader from Duffy's Getaway, who's failing to close on the leader. And then Liz Lucky, Sure Why Not, right in the middle of the track, and then Red to Return. But it is Mighty Oak Lad out clear. Coming to the final flight in this 3-miler, it's Mighty Oak Lad and Dunamiler over the last. They pop it with a widening advantage from Duffy's Getaway and Sure Why Not. They're scrapping it out for the 2nd and 3rd. Very easy winner. 2 nice winners, in fact, on New Year's Day for Cattle Thornton, as Mighty Oak Lad wins ease down from Sure Why Not, Duffy's Getaway, and Liz Lucky.
Yes, Gamble landed. Really good start to 2024 for local trainer Carl Thornton. Quick fire double. And Mighty Oak Lad, it was well supported. Got dropped £2 for his second running handicap on his most recent start. That was behind Woodstream Lad at Thurles when he never got involved on that occasion. Steps markedly up and trip. That was 2 miles today. Stepped markedly up and trip, and Dunamiler rode him with plenty of confidence. He bounced out, knew this horse would stay well. He jumped extremely well. Relatively lightly raced individual, only his 7th run of his career. Looked a strong race in paper beforehand, but as I say, this horse absolutely bolted up. Plenty of improvement to come from him. You can see Dunamiler down to the last, and it's fair testing out there this afternoon. This horse very clever down over the last, jumped it extremely well. Dunamiler hasn't even had to change his hands on this horse. You'll get a fair hike from the handicapper, but I'd say this is a potentially smart horse the way he's won here this afternoon. Last year's winner, Sure Why Not, he's run a cracker under his revised mark, £9 higher than winning this race last year, but he's just bumped into one, a Mighty Oak Boy, who was down the bottom of the handicap at 10-4 on his back as well. He travelled extremely well. Duffy's Getaway's run a solid race as well. It's at the £22 he's got for his last 2 wins. His winning run comes to an end. Has just caught up with him. He has confirmed the Punchestown run with Liz Lucky, who finished back in 3rd. She was meeting him on £12 better terms this afternoon for a 12-length beating the last day. And her favourite read to return. You knew he was in trouble a long way out. Philip Enright, You could see his body language. He was showing the distress signals, and he comes down to the last, virtually pulled up at that stage. But as I say, this horse is absolutely bolted up. Mighty Oak Lad wins in the colours of the Derby Bar Syndicate, and as I say, it's a cracking start to 2024 for the local trainer Carl Thornton as well, with an opening race double. And this horse well backed, following up from Don't Talk, winning our last race. There is our winning trainer, Carl Thornton. And Dunamyler, of course, been plenty of winners for Carl Thornton down through the years. And good start for him as well, Dunamyler. He was on board Don't Talk, of course, and winning the last day. And obviously when he went up £8, Carl Thornton thought that he might need to claim off him. Danny Gilligan stepped in today to take the valuable 5. But as I said, they have a smart horse here, and Mighty Oak Lad, as I say, never got involved over 2 miles, the minimum trip the last day. Got dropped £2 for that. Steps up to the 3 miles today. He was ridden at loads of confidence, made virtually all. He's run out an impressive winner to land their 4th race of the afternoon. Man now, Dunamyler, well done. That was very impressive.
Yeah, he's done that very well, Kevin. Very pleased that he strengthened up plenty, and loved that ground. So yeah, it made my job a lot easier.
And he was quite keen when you rode him over 2 miles the last day, where he never really got involved in Thurles. What was the idea behind stepping him markedly up on trip today to 3 miles?
You'd have to ask Carl Thornton that. But no, he grabbed a bit early today as well. So. He got an easy lead in front there, and I suppose when they go on that ground like that, he was well able to gallop him into the ground. So yeah, very pleased with that.
You got him into a good rhythm. I thought he settled really well as well. He's brilliant over an obstacle.
Yeah, he's very good. Has gotten a lot better actually. He was a little bit novice in the past, even in Thurles the last day, down over the first 2. He was very novice, but it's glad to see him maturing the whole time, and hopefully he can come on again from that, please God.
He's going to get a fair hike from the handicapper, but he looks a smart horse going forward, and obviously that step up to 3 miles today. It looked a strong race on paper, but he's bolted up.
Yeah, bolted up, yeah, but as I said again, look, there's no point in keep repeating myself, but he got an easy lead in front. I know he won by the distance he did by, but yeah, he's done it well, Kevin, yeah.
Good start to 2024.
Please God, long may it continue now. Thank you.
I thought he jumped really well, and he was very impressive at Thurles. The manner in which he done it, he got into a lovely rhythm at the front end, making all, and he beat Hot on Clare, who's rated 156. He beat him by 5.5 lengths, giving him £4 as well. He's obviously the choice of Danny Mullins. He does have to carry a dual winner's penalty today, but I feel if he could get into a nice rhythm at the front end, he could be hard to beat. Like we've seen, a lot of the winners today are coming all from the 4.
Having a look there at number 2, Manila Crooner, who needs to bounce back here from a disappointing run in the Porterstown Handicap Chase at Fairyhouse just under a month ago. He was sent off favourite that day, actually, after beating Joya Machan in a Wexford Chase. Just having my doubts about that form, Lisa. Joya Machan has been beaten in a 2-runner race since then, and we also know that Bron, who was favourite that day, had a bit of an excuse, I think, afterwards. It was too bad to be true, really, from him. And then, as I say, Manella Crooner's bombed out in the interim. How do you see him getting on here?
Yeah, I was very disappointed with him in Fairyhouse, to be honest. He's coming back in trip after running in the Portistown. For me, he's a horse. Look, he's done quite well. He's obviously got an official rating of 143, so he's plenty to find on ratings. But I think he's just disappointed me a little bit too much in the past. I was disappointed with him in the 4-miler, the amateur race at Cheltenham last season. I thought he was going to have a big say at that, and it wasn't to be. He was pulled up subsequently that day. But look, he could run well, Gary, but I think he's kind of up against it for me.
Okay, let's have a look at one or two of the others then. And Henry de Bromhead, who won this last year with Manella Indo, represented today by number 4, Jungle Boogie, just going through the shot there. Jungle Boogie, who was formerly trained by Willie Mullins, and believe it or not, at the age of 10 is having only the 5th run of his life today. Horse who ran in the Hillyway Chase at Cork last time over an inadequate trip of 2 miles, and ran about as well as could be expected in the circumstances. Just have a feeling that today might have been maybe his big goal, and that the Cork race was designed just to bring him forward. Lisa, can he get involved?
I think he could. So you like him as well, Gary. I think he's plenty of potential, and we don't know where his ceiling lies, because he's only been beaten once so far. That was the last day we seen him. I think it was a reappearance run, and he was entitled to come on for that run as well. He jumped relatively well. He was a little bit fresh and gassy, and obviously he's stepping up and tripping off a lot today, which will be play more to his strengths, I think. And yeah, look, he could lay down a big challenge to some of his rivals. He's got an official rating of 150, so he definitely has to come into the race, really, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's always been held in pretty high regard. Here is Bron, who, as we were saying, needs to rebound from that disappointing run at Wexford last time, but an excuse did emerge, and in fairness, it was totally out of keeping with his previous good runs in Grade 1s at the Cheltenham and Aintree meetings back in the spring. Would you be inclined to give him another chance today, Lisa? And even if he does come back to his best, will that be good enough?
I think if he does come back to his best, I think it is good enough. The fact that he's been consistently solid at a high level, I think definitely bodes really well for this race. We have to draw a line through the run in Wexford. Obviously there was excuses for that. The fact maybe that his trainer favours the Classic Getaway maybe just puts me on Classic Getaway side a little bit more than Bron. I feel like he didn't maybe see out the full 3 mile or extended 3 mile a couple of times that we seen him, but maybe that he didn't see that out at that high a level. I thought this trip could suit him. He has to prove himself on these ground conditions. He's run well on these ground conditions before in the past, but he hasn't actually won on them. And obviously Mark Walsh is in the plate, but he's a horse that tends to travel quite well, and I think he could run a big race, but I just think signs from Closutton favour Classic Getaway.
There's another look at Jungle Boogie. It was this very day 2 years ago that he won his beginner's chase at the other Irish meeting at Fairyhouse, and he's only made it back to the track once since then, which was in that Hillyway Chase at Cork last month. He was beaten around about 15 lengths by El Fabiola that day. It's probably about as good a run as you could expect from a horse who clearly is better over a bit further. But looks as though Elise Connections have had a nice clean run into this race. It's his first time in a long time he's been able to run twice that close together, Lisa. That's progress, at least.
It's definitely progress. There's no doubt about that. The only concern I'd probably have with him, I'd have a few reservations. The fact I know he's a year older. I suppose we don't know how good he is, but I suppose as horses get older, they get a little bit slower, like we all do. So that's probably one of my question marks for him. But he has to come into the context of this race. There's no doubt about it. And Darragh O'Keefe is on board for Henry de Bromhead. And as you mentioned, Gary, this race could have been picked out from a long way ago. And obviously the Hillyway is stepping stone towards it. But one that has to come into the reckoning and could land a big surprise.
I think Henry de Bromhead and Willie Mullins have won the last 7 editions of this race between them. Henry won it with Champagne West back in 2000 and 2016, I think it was, and then Willie won 5 in a row. And it must have been 2017, then Willie won 5 in a row. And then, of course, Manila Indo brought the house down last year. So jockeys are in the parade ring. And the other two, which we haven't had a chance to speak about yet, Longhouse Poet and Roy Maj. Longhouse Poet, one would imagine gearing up for another tilt at the Grand National. He's running the last 2 renewals unseated as rider, when seemingly going quite well at the Canal Turn last time around, and ran very well in the previous edition for such a long way. Just a 1 run so far this season over hurdles, Lisa. He's been brought along steadily, I think, isn't he?
Yeah, he has. To be honest, actually, if you go back through his profile, he tends to come on really well for his comeback run, and his second appearance of a season tends to be really, really well. Actually, he's come out and won a couple of times on his second appearance of the season, but I think that there's potentially bigger targets ahead for him.
And there is Ramaj, number 7, who has been a good acquisition for trainer Paddy Griffin and his son James, with Mark McDonough taking the ride today. He's unable to use his claim. James Reevely rode him when he won that race in France last time, and I think he had been due to ride him in the Grand National before he got injured. And Felix de Giles, who's just been crowned champion jockey over in France, ended up riding him. He ran really well. He's a good horse. He ran well in this race last year.
He ran really well in this race last year, actually, in fairness to him. And I thought he ran a cracker in the Aintree Grand National as well. So, look, maybe this year he's facing a couple of unknown quantities and a couple of rivals that are stepping out of novice company and into open company, and a couple that are maybe on the way up as well. So, but no doubt, look, he could very well be at the business end of things, and could definitely be one that could end up in place money as well, if he runs to the level which he ran at last year.
He's a 12-year-old now. We've already seen one of them win today, Mick Charlie taking the last. He's a much more, I suppose, heavily raced horse for his age than some of the other veterans in the field here. He's run 50 odd times. Jungle Boogie's only 2 years younger, and he's had 4 runs.
It's just so fragile, isn't he?
Yeah.
That's the issue with him, but it's great to see him to be able to show up here again today off the back of running in the hilly way. And as we said, he's an unknown quantity coming into this, and he could very well spring a surprise. He's, at the moment, he is 7-1 in the market for Henry de Bromhead, who is a local trainer here, and in the colours of the Denmark family as well.
Yeah, it's been a quiet day for Henry de Bromhead so far here. Jungle Boogie, without doubt, an interesting contender for our feature event. Going down there, we're just arriving back at the post in company with Longhouse Poet.
He was keen the last day at Cork in the early part of the race. I suppose he's entitled to be keen because he's coming back off a long break, so you'd like to think that he might settle a bit better today, but he's going to have to if he's stepping up in trip on this kind of ground too.
Just to talk about Longhouse Poet a bit more, Lisa, do you think if the Grand National is his big goal again, his best chance of winning that might have gone by?
Ooh, potentially, Gary. I suppose he's off a mark of 154 now. I can't remember what mark he actually ran off in the Grand National a couple of years ago when he ran really well. He probably was a bit too prominent, a little bit too keen in the early stages, or maybe they were made a bit too much use of him. But look, we've seen year after year horses coming back and running well in the Aintree Grand National, and he ran off a mark of 155. So I don't think so, Gary. No. What do you think?
I just wonder, but very shrewd connections. I have the utmost respect for Martin Brazel, and would I be shocked if he went back and went close? Probably not, but I just wonder maybe now at the age of 10 has his best chance slipped past him. But we'll see how he gets on today. I'm sure Connections will be hoping that he shows a bit more sparkle this time around at the very least. Jungle Boogie is quite a drifter late in the piece here now. He's 8.5-1, having been around about a 5-1 shot earlier on, and much bigger than the Exchange. 5-2 on Classic Cataway, Lisa. I did not think he was going to be that short.
He is short. I think tactics-wise, he's one that will go forward like he did in Thurles the last day, and Danny Mullins will be hoping to get into a nice rhythm at the front end. Braun, I would imagine, will sit good and handy, and Jungle Boogie looks like he's lining up to be good and handy as well. So I don't think anything will actually take Classic Getaway on at the front end, but he seemed to enjoy himself when he wasn't taken on the last day as Danny Mullins puts the goggles on. I can imagine a couple of the lads are using more than one pair of goggles today as the day progresses and the rain comes down nice and heavily too.
It's got pretty miserable now at this stage, to say the least. And
I think he's going for 3 pairs, is he?
so maybe he's not going to make it.
Maybe he's not going to make it, yeah. That's a pure sign anyway. So be interesting to see how they fare out.
Okay, we're at post time for the big one of the day here, the Savills New Year's Day Chase. Fascinating stuff. Let's see how it plays out with Peter O'Hare.
And they're off. In the feature, the Savills New Year's Day Chase, a grade 3. Almost 2 miles 7 and 17 fences ahead of them. That's more than 3 circuits of the track. And in the early stages, Jumble Boogie and Braun, with the red, white and blue colours of Classic Getaway tucked in just behind them. Manila Crooner is towards the inside as they come on to the fence in front of the stands. Number 2, they'll jump it 4 times. As they come up to past the judge, in the lead is Jungle Boogie under Darragh O'Keefe by just about a length. Braun, Mark Walsh in the 2 shades of green. Classic Getaway, Danny Mullins third. Around the outside, Longhouse Poet JJ Slevin. On the rail, the black and white of Manila Crooner and Aroa Maj in the blue and yellow. And Mark McDonough at the back of the 6-runner field as they reach fence number 3, the first of 2 on the side of the course. Slight mistake, Longhouse Poet. Jungle Boogie led them and goes to the ditch with a lead of 2.5, 3 lengths over Braun. Classic Getaway, the outside, landed third. Manila Crooner next, and then Longhouse Poet and Roi Maj as they go to the fence opposite the stands. It's number 5, Jungle Boogie. Hit it hard, but retains the lead. Braun jumped up to within a length of the leader. Jungle Boogie goes on again as they run downhill with a long run to the next. Jungle Boogie going along in front by a length to Braun. Classic Getaway, the odds-on favourite on the outside, is in 3rd spot, and then Manila Crooner. With Longhouse Poet, the red cap towards the outside, and Roi Maj at the back. As they head to the turn, it'll bring them across towards their point of departure and on to their next fence. In the lead, Jungle Boogie, Braun, the first of the representatives of Willie Mullins, who's won this race 8 times in the last 12 years. Classic Getaway is in 3rd spot. Longhouse Poet, the 2022 Thyestes winners, on the outside of Manila Crooner. And Roi Maj, 3rd in this event last year, at the back of a tightly grouped field as they come on to jump the next, number 6. And away from it, Jungle Boogie, Braun and Classic Getaway, the leading trio, as they come to the fence in front of the stands for the 2nd time. Jungle Boogie, Classic Getaway has moved through into 2nd. Braun jumped it in 3rd, slight mistake. And then Longhouse Poet and Manila Crooner together. Roi Maj remains at the back of the field, but only 7 lengths or so off the leader, and that leader continues to be Jungle Boogie as they head away from the stands. Still almost 2 circuits ahead of them. Jungle Boogie by a length and a half to Classic Getaway. They're about 2.5 in front of Braun in 3rd. Manila Crooner next with Longhouse Poet towards the outside, and Roi Maj remains at the back of the field as they head to the ditch. Jungle Boogie remains out in front. Classic Getaway about 3 lengths away in 2nd. Braun 3rd. Manila Crooner is behind them. Longhouse Poet nudged along for a few strides. Roi Maj at the back as they jump the fence up to the stands. Jungle Boogie, Classic Getaway, opened up a lead of 5, maybe 6 lengths over stable companion Braun in 3rd spot. Then Manila Crooner. Roi Maj, the veteran of the field, has relegated Longhouse Poet to be the back marker as they continue downhill. Still only about 8 lengths covering the 6 runners as Jungle Boogie leads by a length and a half to Classic Getaway. Braun a bit closer in 3rd, about 3 lengths off the 2nd place favourite. Then Longhouse Poet on the outside of Manila Crooner. Roi Maj relegated to the back of the field again as they head across. 2 fences to jump before they head out on their final circuit. Dictating the pace as he's been from Flagfall, Jungle Boogie, tracked in 2nd by Classic Getaway. Braun is towards the inside, Longhouse Poet towards the outer with the red cap. Between them, the black and white of Manila Crooner. Roi Mage at the back as they jump this fence and continue up the straight. Slight mistake towards the inside by Braun as they come to the fence in front of the stands. Last one next time. Jungle Boogie in the lead from Classic Getaway. Braun is third, Manila Crooner just fourth, Longhouse Poet on the outside, and a break of a few lengths to Roi Mage as they head into the turn. Begin this final circuit. Leader by a length and a half, Jungle Boogie from Classic Getaway. Braun remains third, Manila Crooner in fourth. Longhouse Poet nudged along the outside of Roi Mage, trying to close towards the inner as they jump the first of the two fences on the uphill run. Jungle Boogie, Classic Getaway, they move on from Braun. Manila Crooner back in fourth spot as they jump the ditch for the final time and head to the turn at the top. Jungle Boogie leads by more than 3 lengths. Classic Getaway in second. Break of 8 or 9 now back to Braun. Manila Crooner will jump it in fourth. The remote fifth, Longhouse Poet, made a slight mistake. Roi Mage at the back. They're well strung out as they run downhill with a long run to the second last. Jungle Boogie and Darrow O'Keefe leading by about 2.5 lengths. Tracked in second by Classic Getaway Danny Mullins. They appear to have it between them at this stage. A long way clear by about 15 from Braun Mark Walsh. Manila Crooner trying to make a little headway on his outside. As they make the turn, that'll bring them across the bottom of the track towards the second last. Jungle Boogie by less than a length now to Classic Getaway. They're a long way clear. Manila Crooner has edged into a remote third spot as they come on to their second last fence on the inside. Jungle Boogie towards the outside, challenging Classic Getaway. As they jump it, Classic Getaway on the outside leads. Goes on from Jungle Boogie, a long way back to Manila Crooner as they run uphill towards the final fence. Out in front, Classic Getaway getting tired in front. Trying to rally in second is Jungle Boogie as they jump the last. Classic Getaway, Jungle Boogie rallying on the outside, and Classic on the far side. Classic Getaway, stand side Jungle Boogie. Jungle Boogie getting on top, finishing well in third, Manila Crooner, but Jungle Boogie wins the Savills New Year's Day chase at the expense of the odds-on favourite Classic Getaway second. Manila Crooner stayed on strongly for third, a long way clear of Braun.
Well, what drama. And Jungle Boogie might be spotted about as often as a sea leopard in these parts, but a snow leopard even, but he's come good here. And one under Darrow O'Keefe, getting the better of Classic Getaway, who looked all over the winner when getting to the front 2 out, but has curled up once he was let down by Danny Mullins in these really attritional conditions. And Classic Getaway just now starting to flag, and Darrow O'Keefe, I think, really scented his opportunity here, Lisa.
Oh, he did. Classic Getaway was treading water coming down to the last, and lucky enough he got from A to B and he done it well enough, but you could see the writing was on the wall from the back of the last, because Jungle Boogie was the one who was gaining with every stride, just coming back at them. But look at Manila Crooner, my God, has he flown
was going
home.
Nowhere
Because down the back straight, when they jumped 3 out, one by one they just seemed to drop off. Braun was gone a long way out, and this is the last as they come down to it, I think. And Jungle Boogie just begins to gain on Classic Getaway. He was tying up, and you can see his stride just shorten and shorten as he gets to the line. And Manila Crooner coming with a renewed rally on the outside, on the inside, but he's a good winner, Gary.
He was, and it looks as though stamina really is his forte. Jungle Boogie. See here, going down to the last. Classic Getaway really is curling up now under Danny Mullins, and all of a sudden Jungle Boogie is alongside, and he's just about done enough. And well, you might have thought, actually looking at it live, Manila
behind Impervious at Punchestown in the final run of last season as well, but sets a good standard here, and as I say, she's the highest of these on ratings as well, with a mark of 151. And she's well clear of the rest of them. As I say, she's meeting her stable companion Insui in £6, who's meeting her in £6 at worse terms here this afternoon. Must Be Obeyed in My Design. They're obviously a lot to find official ratings, running off an identical mark of 132. Both of those two of the outsiders of the field. But they're obviously in the race to try and get a bit of black type as well. Both of those like to go forward as well. My Design has been well placed and has been a productive season so far for Declan Quealy's mare. And it's a disappointing effort in the handicap chase in her most recent start. But prior to that, she beat Farinilli, who's the race fitness. Of course, came out on top that day to beat Farinilli, who's having a seasonal reappearance, the Grade 1 winner for Emmett Mullins last season at the Punchestown Festival. That was at Galway back in October time. Shane Fitzgerald, who's won a couple on this filly, knows her well. He'll bowl along probably on the front end as well. Must Be Obeyed is one that likes to go forward also. And Riviere de Tel, as I said, jumping leaves a bit to be desired also. And In Sweet meeting, of course, her stable companion on far worse terms here this afternoon. But as I say, she did beat her in a listed chase. It was a below-par effort by Allegor de Vassi last season, but nonetheless cannot be discounted either. Just getting a little bit worked up down at the start, which is customary for Inswee. She's the mount of Sean O'Keefe, but shouldn't be too much longer. We've just got a fraction over post time ahead of our feature event of the afternoon. It's the John and Chich Fowler Memorial European Breeders' Fund Mares Chase Grade 3 over the extended 2-5 Inswee. She likes to bowl along as well. And she made all when beating her stable companion last season here.
John and Chich Fowler Memorial EBF Mares Chase. It's a Grade 3 and it is Onsty the leader. A track that plays to her strengths. Leads My Design, Must Be Obeyed. At the back, Riviere de Tel de Grey, Allegory de Vassi. The race's two favourites as Onsty takes them on to fence number 2, followed by My Design, Must Be Obeyed, Riviere de Tel, Allegory de Vassi. The fence on the turn in. Onsty landed steeply. Turns in, leading Must Be Obeyed, My Design, Riviere de Tel, Allegory de Vassi. Round the bend for fences 3 and 4, taken up the home straight. In the lead is Onsty and Sean O'Keefe by a couple of lengths to Must Be Obeyed and Kieran Buckley. Then My Design, Shane Fitzgerald, Riviere de Tel, Jack Kennedy, and held up Allegory de Vassi and Paul Townend, bidding to add to their reappearance win at Clonmel in November. On to the 4th. Fence that'll be the last one next time. With the quintet tightening up a fraction, it's Onsty the leader from Must Be Obeyed on this side. Away to the inner, My Design. In between those two mares is Riviere de Tel, 5th of the 5. At fence 4, Allegory de Vassi. Heading for the winning post first time, and Onsty is joined by Must Be Obeyed as Riviere de Tel nudges into 3rd, ahead of My Design and Allegory de Vassi. A circular race, 11 fences left to jump. And the feature of the afternoon, the John and Chich Fowler Memorial EBF Mares Chase. Must Be Obeyed takes it up, goes on a length in front of Onsty. In 3rd, another length back, Riviere de Tel, as My Design is joined in rear by Allegory de Vassi. On now to the 1st of 4 away from us. It Must Be Obeyed the leader. But only just to Onsty. Riviere de Tel landed in 3rd. In receipt of weight from the top. Allegory de Vassi relegates My Design to be last of the quintet. Jumping a ditch, Must Be Obeyed. Slow at the back and losing touch is My Design. Must Be Obeyed. Onsty 1 and 2, followed by the big 2, Riviere de Tel and Allegory de Vassi, with at the rear and adrift now is My Design. On to the last in this line. Must Be Obeyed and Onsty, little between them, tracked to the next plain fence by Riviere de Tel after the mare Riviere de Tel off into the corner of that. Is followed by Allegory de Vassi and My Design. Up they go to the halfway stage. Could run to the next 2 fences on the far side. Must Be Obeyed by 3/4 of a length to Onsty. Less than 2 lengths away in 3rd finds Riviere de Tel. Was tracked by Allegory de Vassi 4 lengths to My Design. Downhill to the 2 fences on the far side, bringing them inside the final mile. Precious Little Between Must Be Obeyed and Honesty, 3 parts of a length up. On Riviere de Tel, 2 cleared of Allegory de Vassy, and then My Design. Over the next, heading now for their final ditch. A bad mistake by My Design. Very nearly turned upside down there, but stays in the race and is now clearly detached. As it is Honesty winning back the lead from Must Be Obeyed, and then Riviere de Tel and Allegory de Vassy. Inside the final 7 furlongs with 5 fences left to jump. And the John and Chich Fowler Memorial EBF Mares Chase. Must Be Obeyed back a length in front of Honesty. Almost joined for second by Riviere de Tel. Snapping at their heels is Allegory de Vassy with 5 to jump. Almost back at the position where they started. Must Be Obeyed from Honesty, Riviere de Tel and Allegory de Vassy as they head for the next fence, which will be 4 out. Honesty and Must Be Obeyed continuing first and second. And then Riviere de Tel, the red cap. Poised on the outside, Allegory de Vassy, as these 4 tighten up. They're covered now by 2 lengths. Heading for the next fence before the straight. Riviere de Tel jumped on there at that. From Honesty, Allegory de Vassy and Must Be Obeyed starting to feel the pinch with 3 left to jump. Riviere de Tel and Jack Kennedy lead. From Allegory de Vassy and Paul Townend, and then Honesty and Sean O'Keefe going on from Must Be Obeyed and Kieran Buckley as they run round the home turn. 2 fences left to jump, and it's Riviere de Tel into the straight by 2 lengths to Allegory de Vassy as Paul Townend wipes his goggles on Allegory de Vassy, who turns in 3 lengths behind Riviere de Tel, and then Honesty to the jump. Riviere de Tel up and over from Allegory de Vassy, who's now been wound up to try and close. Honesty adrift in third. 1 fence left to jump, and it is Riviere de Tel out in front from Allegory de Vassy, who's finding little, and then Honesty and coming down to the final fence in the John and Chich Fowler Memorial EBF Mares Chase. And out clear is Riviere de Tel and Jack Kennedy into the last and over. A long way clear now from Allegory de Vassy, who's run a disappointing race, and then Honesty. But it's Riviere de Tel, a very different mare going right-handed. It's back in the winning groove in some style in the John and Chich Fowler Memorial EBF Mares Chase. Another one for Jack Kennedy and Gordon Elliott. Allegory de Vassy well beaten, followed in by her stable companion Honesty in third.
Yes, Riviere de Tel, she's recorded her first win since 2021 and only her second start over fences. She's caused a bit of an upset here, and she's put up an exhibition today. Jumped a little bit right at a couple earlier on, but Jack Kennedy was intent from 4 out to pick it up and draw the sting out of Allegory de Vassy. Allegory de Vassy just wasn't, she didn't have a real cut at her fences early on in the race as well. Got in a bit close to them, lost a little bit of ground in the air as well. I thought turning into the straighter before 3 out, the Paul Townend was travelling well. You could see he just pulled out, wiped his goggles down, he changed hands, looked like he'd plenty left in, but under the tank, but she's found very, very little for pressure. And Riviere de Tel, as I say, she started off her novice career with some really good runs, some really good jumping effort, then took a heavy fall, and her jumping just went pot for quite some time as well. Lost her confidence, but as I say, she's run out a very impressive winner here today to give Gordon Elliott and Jack Kennedy double on the card. My trump card had jumped very disappointingly earlier on in her maiden hurdle. But you can just see she's gone right there again. As Jerry Hannon said in commentary, she's better going this direction. My Design, we thought might be one of the pace angles before the race. She had an absolute no-go here this afternoon. After jumping 1 fence, she was in trouble. You can see Jack Kennedy's kept lengthening all the way to the line, down over the last, and Riviere de Tel, as I say, has put up an exhibition of jumping, and all her wins prior to today had come over 2 miles, and back up and trip, markedly up and trip, has just got her into a good zone, good rhythm jumping wise, and she's run out a good winner in the end and has turned up a surprise here. Very disappointing effort by Allegory de Vassy, who's found very little for pressure, long way distance way back in second, followed by its stable companion, and My Design, of course, who was not on a going day today, popped around and got 4 prize money as well. But Riviere de Tel, 132nd favourite, she returns. It's a really good performance. I thought she might struggle to beat Riviere or Allegor de Vassi today, but she's back in a rich vein of form, and she's landed her feature event here of the afternoon on New Year's Day at Fairyhouse. After winning our feature event of the afternoon here at Fairyhouse, the John and Chich Fowler Memorial European Breeders' Fund Mares Chase, Grade 3 with Riviere de Tal. A little bit of a surprise?
Not really. We thought the conditions suited her and going right-handed. You know, she was getting all the weight allowances, so everything was in her favour, to be honest. So she didn't run a good race today. We were going to maybe struggle a bit, but she just needs to go right-handed, Kevin, you know.
And obviously that has proved his point here this afternoon as well, isn't it?
Yeah, you can see she jumped a bit right, but Jack was good in her now and he let her on and, you know, use the weight allowance. But nice to get her head in front, you know, great pot, and we're delighted.
Yeah, and it's the first time since she's back in the winners' enclosure since 2021. Just things went a little bit awry with that jumping wise as well.
It did, yeah, and we do a lot of work with her back. You know, Jerry Kelly, Everett and Federer done a wonderful job with her, and the whole team at home, you know. But she's very talented, but she's not easy.
And obviously Jack was intent there from 4 out to send her on and draw the sting out of Ali Gordavasi, which worked a treat.
It did, yeah, in fairness. We knew she'd stay, we knew she'd like the soft ground. You know, I thought she was going to run well. I didn't think we'd beat the favourite, but I wasn't shocked.
And going forward, are you going to stick to this direction for going forward?
I'd imagine we'll have to try it, yeah. Obviously it's hard to find the races, so she's a mare you might even see going over to the UK as well. But we'll pick and choose where we go there.
Great to get that another graded victory alongside her.
Yeah, it's very important. Obviously, Noel and Valerie, you know, breeding all these horses at home in Bective Stud. Yeah, she's going to be a nice brood mare, but not for another while, hopefully.
Yeah, fingers crossed. Gordon, good performance by the winner in the first, the mare in the first. Look, it wasn't the strongest of races, but nonetheless, she's run out a good match.
Won well. It was probably a weak race, so you'd have been disappointed if she didn't win. Yes, it was great.
Did anything come to light of her behind that below par effort, or after that below par effort in Wexford the last?
She was just very disappointing. The ground, I'd say, to be honest, I ran her back too quick, if I'm being honest. That's I'm blaming myself for that. But she was good again there today. Jack says she gave her a good feel. So we'll probably come back here to Sol Arena in 3 weeks' time, all being well.
Good stuff. My trump card, he was disappointing in the maiden. He didn't jump well, did he?
He didn't jump well enough. For a horse that had to run over hurdles, he jumped terrible. You know, Jack went round the field on him the other day and he jumped excellent. Look, we'll just put a line through it. We probably should have made more use of him as well, but he'll be okay.
Yeah, but jumping wise, just for one of yours, he's landed on all fours, it's 3 or 4.
Yeah, we'll work on it now when we get home. Yeah, like for one of ours, you know, we tend to give them a lot of school, and he's got it, but just whatever happened today, it didn't happen.
A couple of more to come. There'll be other days for him. Santanito in the beginner's chase and one in the bumper as well. Good run, first run over hurdles, reverting back to a bumper today.
Yeah, we've got Santanito with an each way chance in the beginner's chase, and Stafford or not has a good each way chance as well. There's a lot of talk, obviously. Willie's has a chance. Our horse Fowler's, you know, I heard Tim Dials is fancy, so I've heard 4 or 5 in the bumper. But Ourled's a nice horse, and just hope he handles the real heavy ground.
Good stuff. Good start of 2024.
Great start.
Well done.
Thank you.
for the O'Grady yard. He won a point-to-point at Tortulla back in November of 2021, and then we didn't see him apart from once more after that. That was in a conditions hurdle at Leopardstown, where he was a 40-1 shot behind Whiskey Sour, thrown in very much at the deep end on that particular occasion. And he did make a bad mistake late on that day as well, but difficult really to know where we are with this horse. Best part of 2 years off, but I suppose encouraging. At least he's strong in the market. Lisa, 6-5.
Yeah, that's a positive for sure. I totally agree with you. There's very little to go on, considering he's over fences for the first time in public today. Obviously, he's a previous point-to-point winner between the flags. So there's one thing we know is he can jump fences for sure, but it's a long time since we've seen him jump a fence, and pitched in relatively, I think it was a conditions race actually against Whiskey Sour the last time we've seen him, but a long way off to overcome. He does lack experience compared to some of his rivals. You know, he just could have a little bit more class than some of what his opposition is. Such today, Eddie O'Grady, he was in the winner's enclosure with no flies on him.
That's right, no flies on him, yeah.
No flies on him at Leopardstown during the week as well. And Mark Walsh in the plate. He's a very interesting recruit, and in the context of this race, he has to merit the most respect really, because he's an unknown quantity. And the rest of these, I know they're pretty exposed in their former discipline, and they're really going to have to step up from anything we've seen of them over fences so far, I think.
Yes, Making Country. Edward actually did train him when he won that point-to-point. My apologies.
He actually, I think he trains the second horse now
Irish
as well.
Panther,
Yeah.
I was going to say that. Yeah, he got hold of him after that, owned by the Mulryans. He's been a bit disappointing. Run well, obviously, in defeat against some good horses, but he was disappointing last time at Irish Panther. But that said, if he could reproduce the form of that point-to-point, I'd imagine that would win him a race like this today. Just that long absence to overcome, and obviously he's yet to jump a fence under rules, shall we say. So 5-4 Making Country, 15-8 low mileage, 5-1 then for Mount Frisco, who is still a maiden and was beaten a fair old way behind the other Mozzie at Down Royal on St Stephen's Day. Makes a quick reappearance here. Knocking a Gappa is another one who has yet to win a race. And I suppose that just sums things up. The only horse who had one previously is now a non-runner. That's Mormon Gorey, who had one
I actually gave him a chance.
a couple of times. Definitely would have had a chance from a stable in great form. But I don't know about you, Lisa. I'd be quite happy to sit this one out now, the way it's.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. You can see, obviously, number 4, Making Country is Evans' favourite now at the moment with Mark Walsh on board. Knocknagaffa, as you mentioned, Gary Zero from 20, makes her third start over fences today. Was second in a beginner's chase here over 2.5 mile, and obviously back to minimum trip today. Testing conditions should definitely suit her, but in the context of this race, I suppose she's probably not one to ignore either, because she's race fitness on her side, but needs to step forward in all known form. She lacked nothing from the saddle. Looks like she's going to be ridden good and prominent too.
Right then, we're at post time for the penultimate event of the afternoon here at Tramore, where she does look as though it's just brightened up a little.
They're off. 12 fences to negotiate in the Core Bullion Traders rated novice chase, and as they head to the first of them, Making Country, and towards the inside, Mount Frisco. Mount Frisco, Making Country jumped out to the left. Knocknagappa landed in third spot, a break then to low mileage as they continue up the straight, about to jump the fence in front of the stands. Mount Frisco leads, Making Country over in second. They're clear of Knocknagappa. In fourth spot, low mileage, and at the back, Coast Guard Lady and May Call You Back, who made a mistake at that second fence as they head into the turn. 2 circuits ahead of them, Mount Frisco, Liam Quinlan, tracked in second by Making Country, the favourite, Mark Walsh. A break of over 4 lengths to Knocknagappa, Sam Ewing in third spot towards the inside, low mileage, JJ Slevin. Making Country again jumped slightly left there as they continue to the ditch for the first time. At the back, May Call You Back, Richie Deegan, with alongside Coast Guard Lady James O'Sullivan as they stream out over fence number 4 and make the top turn. Mount Frisco showing the way by about 5 lengths to Making Country second. Knocknagappa will jump it in third spot. A little awkward in second, Making Country, as they run on this long downhill run on the far side of the track. Mount Frisco going along in front, Making Country a clear second, Knocknagappa back in third, and then Low Mileage, and at the back Coast Guard Lady, and towards the inside with the white sleeves is May Call You Back as they continue to the elbow. Little Windham across the bottom. Mount Frisco, Liam Quinlan lobbing along in front, tracked by Making Country and Mark Walsh. Knocknagappa a little closer under Sam Ewing in third. In fourth spot, Low Mileage, JJ Slevin, and a further break of about 5 to Coast Guard Lady, James O'Sullivan, just ahead of May Call You Back and Richie Deegan towards the inside as they head on to the first of the 2 fences in the straight. Mount Frisco, Making Country, keeping to the centre of the course. Knocknagappa in third, ahead of Low Mileage as they stream out over the first of the fences. That'll bring them up past the stands and head for the fence. That'll be the last one after another circuit. Mount Frisco continues out in front in a clear lead. Making Country will jump it in second spot. Back in third, Knocknagappa, then Low Mileage, Coast Guard Lady, and on the inside, back marker of the 6, May Call You Back. Heading out on their final circuit, Mount Frisco with Making Country getting a bit closer in second, break of 5 lengths or so to Knocknagappa. Low Mileage in fourth, and a break of 7 or 8 to the final pair, Coast Guard Lady. May Call You Back as they jump the first of the 2 fences on the side. Making Country got in a little close there. Slight mistakes at the back of the field by both Coast Guard Lady and May Call You Back as they cleared the ditch and head for the fence opposite the stands, which is the third last. Mount Frisco, Liam Quinlan retaining a clear advantage as they jump it. Making Country about 6 lengths back in second. Knocknagappa third. Low Mileage pushed along trying to close fourth, and they're a long way clear of the other pair as they continue midway down the back straight with a long run to their second last fence. Mount Frisco, Making Country beginning to close in second. In third spot, Knocknagappa pushed along trying to close, and Low Mileage in fourth is in touch and trying to make headway as they head for the turn. Mount Frisco, Making Country looming up on the outside. Knocknagappa third. Back in fourth spot is Low Mileage clear. Back in a remote fifth spot is Coast Guard Lady, and May Call You Back last of the 6 as they head across on the approach to the second last. Mount Frisco still leads. Trying to challenge is Making Country, a few lengths away, Knocknagappa. And then in fourth spot, Low Mileage as they jump the second last. Mount Frisco still the leader towards the inside. Making Country jumped out to the left between the last 2 fences, and Mount Frisco clear as he heads for the final fence for Making Country. Pressed for second by Knocknagappa, but over the last, Mount Frisco clear. Making Country and Knocknagappa will battle it out for second, but he's down. Mount Frisco will win for John Ryan and Liam Quinlan. Knocknagappa up for second, Making Country third, and fourth spot for Low Mileage.
Yes, welcome back to Fairyhouse. There is our favourite, our long odds on favourite, Nick Rocket, bidding to give Willie Mullins and Paul Townend a double on the card here at Fairyhouse to go along with their 2 winners. Well, Willie's 2 winners down in Tramore. And Nick Rocket bidding to get off the mark a second time of asking over fences. He finished 4th here, jumped a bit novice-y, which I suppose is fair enough for his first run over fences on his season reappearance, and his first run over fences in a race, of course, that was a very strong on paper beginner's chase. It was won, of course, by Corbett's Cross. He ran a cracker and finishing second, of course, to Willie's horse in the Grade 1 at Leopardstown, the final day of the Christmas festival. But Nick Rocket sets a very good standard here. He's one of 2 runners for Willie Mullins. Tactical move, very lightly raced individual, and this 10-year-old is only having his 4th run of his career as well. His first since January of last season, when he won a maiden hurdle at Punchestown. Having his first start over fences, did run the Pint as well. But Nick Rocket sets a very good stand. 4 behind Corbett's Cross. 3-card Bragg was second that day. Now, he disappointed yesterday behind Monty Star, but for me, 3-card Bragg jumped disappointingly in the front end compared to Monty Star. It was a good horse in his own right, He was a Grade 3 winner, of course, over hurdles when winning that Grade 3 at Clonmel last season. He put up an exhibition of jumping yesterday. But Nick Rocket sets a very good standard here. You would have thought it should be a straightforward task for him here this afternoon. Smart horse last year, improved at each run, and did have the benefit of a run upon a pint when winning upon a pint for his for Pat Dial. They went on and finished fourth in a bumper behind Dr. Bravo. Got off the mark in a bumper then a second time of asking and beating Mark Malloy's Little Foot at Thurles in February of last year. And got off the mark in good style and beating Let's Go Champ first time of asking over hurdles, and then followed up with a very impressive graded victory here at the Fairyhouse Easter Festival. Probably got a bit tired the last day, only beaten 5 lengths behind Corbett's Cross. Sure to strip fitter today, and he sets a very good standard, and barring an accident, he should be very hard to beat indeed. As I say, Corbett's Cross, he's come out and he's run a cracker behind Grange Clare West of Willie Mullins's in the Grade 1 novice on the final day of the Leopardstown Christmas Festival. He's our 7-2 on favourite. It's 15-2 then about his stable companion, Tactical Move, as we say. He's had a lot of breaks throughout his interrupted career. He's a 10-year-old now. Very, very little mileage on the clock. Tactical Move, the son of Stowaway. He's only having his 4th run in total of his career. Sean O'Keefe on board as well. I'd imagine a watching brief for this horse. As I say, he won in Punchestown Maiden Hurdle last season. Back in last year in January 2023. That was his first run since winning a bumper in November of 2019 at Clonmel. So, as I say, this horse obviously very, very hard to keep right. Of the rest of them, Santanito, Gordon Elliott, Jack Kennedy bidding for a treble on the card. You'd be surprised if he wins. He needs to improve on what he's done thus far. He was third behind Indiana Dream. Well beaten. He's a smart horse of Willie Mullins's, who won on his first run over fences in impressive fashion, beating Santanito's stable companion St. Felician Navan back in December time. That was his first run over fences, beaten a long way on that occasion. And as I say, he needs to improve markedly. He won a bumper at Navan, 2-3 maiden hurdle at Clonmel in December of 2022. But as I say, it should be a straightforward task for Nick Rocket here this afternoon. And of the rest of them, Cotta Harlat, keep an eye on him going forward with a view to the future. He was well behind Nick Rocket, 26 lengths, I think, behind him on his first run over fences. And as I say, he won a maiden hurdle, a handicap hurdle, sorry, off a mark of 109 at Naas last season. Then finished runner-up behind Lyser in a valuable handicap hurdle here in Fairyhouse back in February time. 4th then Tally Rose and another handicap hurdle, valuable handicap at the Easter Festival. And he's entitled to come forward from that run. But a watching brief with him this afternoon. My Immortal, he's having a second run over fences as well. Again, he was well behind Nick Rocket when all 3 horses, Cotta Harlot being the other, made their debut over fences at Fairyhouse back in December time. But Santanito, he was rated 132 over hurdles. Cotta Harlot 128, and My Immortal 134.
Peter was saying during the review with the sponsor. The guy we did before was the sponsor, was it? Yeah, we don't know. Is another one or?
Lost 4th there to My Immortal. Heading for the second, it's Tactical Move in the lead from stable companion Nick Rocket, edging into 2nd place. From Santanito and then My Immortal, Cotta Harlot, fence number 2. All cleared that okay. It's Tactical Move the leader, out of action for just under a year. Leads in the first time Santanito, Nick Rocket, My Immortal, Cotta Harlot. Round the bend for fences 3 and 4. It's Tactical Move and Sean O'Keefe in the lead from Santanito and Jack Kennedy. On board 2 of today's winners. Over in 3rd, Nick Rocket, Paul Townend, and then My Immortal, Michael O'Sullivan, 5th of the 5. Heading for the 4th is Cotta Harlot and Simon Torrens. Building up a lead is Tactical Move in the check colours. Strides away from Santanito, Nick Rocket in the black and orange, with the final couple, My Immortal and Codda Harla. The fence that'll be the last one next time. In race 6, and just eyeing up that fourth, Tactical Move. Followed by Santanito, Nick Rocket, racing together at the back, My Immortal and Codda Harla. All 5 standing, with the circuit in front of them, 11 fences left to jump. And it's Tactical Move round the bend, closed upon by Santanito, who's now within a length and a half. Break of 3 to Nick Rocket, and then My Immortal and Codda Harla. Away they go to the next 4 fences. Tactical Move from Santanito, the pair wide apart. Then Nick Rocket, My Immortal, Codda Harla, over the first of the 4. Tactical Move, Santanito, followed by Nick Rocket, stretching their advantage over Codda Harla, My Immortal, as they go on away from the first stage. Tactical Move, Santanito, Nick Rocket, My Immortal, Codda Harla, the order. At the next plain fence, Tactical Move over first from Santanito and then Nick Rocket, My Immortal and Codda Harla. Last in this row coming up, just outside halfway. Tactical Move, Sean O'Keefe up and over from Santanito. Jack Kennedy third. There's Nick Rocket and Paul Townend. Keeping each other company at the back, My Immortal, Michael O'Sullivan, Codda Harla and Simon Torrens, reaching halfway. Another 7 fences left to jump. It's Tactical Move by a half length to Santanito, 2 in front of Nick Rocket, edging closer in third, and then My Immortal and Codda Harla. As the field of 5 tightens up a little, Tactical Move and Santanito together, going to their next fence before their final ditch. 3 lengths back to Nick Rocket, jumped that well in third. 4 lengths to My Immortal and Codda Harla. Next on the far side, final ditch, Tactical Move, jumped it much better than Santanito, who was sloppy there. Joined for second as a consequence by Nick Rocket. Both in touch, still My Immortal and Codda Harla. 5 fences left to jump, less than 7 furlongs to go. And the McInerney Beginner's Chase over 2-5. Tactical Move, Santanito wrestles back to second from Nick Rocket, followed by My Immortal and Codda Harla, 5 to jump. Tactical Move rejoined by Santanito, and up to make 3 in a line, Nick Rocket. 4 in front of My Immortal, pushed along. 5th, the 5 is Codda Harla. 4 left to jump. A circuit under their belts. Tactical Move, joined by stable companion Nick Rocket, travelling up strongly on the outside of Santanito. These 3 covered by just between 2 lengths. And then My Immortal and Codda Harla. Tactical Move, jumped that well. Landed the fractional leader from Nick Rocket. Santanito is struggling to lie up with them. Joined for third by My Immortal, 5 lengths to Codda Harla. Nick Rocket picks it up with half a mile to go and 3 fences left to jump. From Tactical Move, who jumped back up on terms, then My Immortal, shaken up to try and close on the leading pair. Santanito is offering no more, and then Codda Harla. Turning in with 2 fences left to jump, and it's the stable companions. Matching strides. Tactical Move on the left, Sean O'Keefe. On the right is Nick Rocket and Paul Townend. Not far behind them, it's My Immortal and Michael O'Sullivan as they head for the final fence. Tactical Move and Nick Rocket, followed by My Immortal, gone away from the other 2, and with 1 fence left to jump. On the stand side, it's Nick Rocket. Over on the far side, alone, is Tactical Move, and then My Immortal as they near the final fence, and the McInerney Beginner's Chase, and Nick Rocket is now going on from Tactical Move and My Immortal, and at the last, Nick Rocket over from Tactical Move, and third is My Immortal, and racing deep in the closing stages of race 6, the McInerney Beginner's Chase. It is a straightforward task for the long odds-on favourite Nick Rocket. 2 here at Fairyhouse today for Paul Townend and Willie Mullins. Also has the second and Tactical Move, My Immortal third.
Very straightforward for odds-on favourite. Nick Rocket, of course, completes a double on the card here at Fairyhouse for trainer Willie Mullins and stable jockey Paul Townend to get off the mark in good style. A second time of asking over fences. Big run by his stable companion, Tactical Move. Very lightly raced, as I said beforehand. He's jumped well in the front end, entitled to get a bit tired here. He's a horse that's obviously very fragile, to say the least. It's very self-explanatory, considering he's 10 is only his 4th run of his career, but he's jumped really well as well on chasing debut here this afternoon. Paul Townend, he's let Nick Rocket just go in and pop the last. Big run by My Immortal as well, who had finished over 40 lengths behind Nick Rocket when both of them made their debut over fences here on their most recent start. But as I say, it was fairly straightforward for Nick Rocket. Jumped a lot better here this afternoon. Still has a little bit of room to improve in jumping wise, but that's to be expected. His second start over fences. Santanito, he cut out the early part of the run and put down on Jack Kennedy 6 out. He jumped well up until then, and thereafter he was on the back foot. Not the most straightforward of individuals. And Cadaharla, keep an eye on him when he goes down the handicap route. He'll be wherever. Keep an eye on him going forward. He's actually run better than his finishing position suggests. My Immortal Barry Connell will be happy at his run as well. He's improved significantly from his first to second run, but very straightforward indeed for Logon's unfavoured Nick Rocket. He gets off the mark his second time of asking over fences and wins in the colours of Stewart and Sadie Andrew. Double on the card here for Willie Mullins and Paul Townend to go along with his double in Tramore as well. And he's a well-touted newcomer coming up in the bumper. So it could be 5 winners on the day for Willie Mullins. He's 4 so far. And Nick Rocket, smart horse over hurdles, progressed up along the ranks. Second win here at Fairyhouse. Won a 2.5 mile grade 2 novice hurdle, of course, the Easter Festival in good style. And gets off the mark. Second time of asking. A good round of jumping over fences. Well done, second leg of a double. Nick Rocket, he jumped well.
Jumped brilliant. Yeah, he jumped great here the first day, and he's come on for the run. And yeah, he's a nice horse to have. Yeah.
Got into a good rhythm as well. Big run by your stable companion back in second as well. But you look from a long way out, you had him covered.
Yeah. Look, I had the benefit of the run, and he was off for a year, so I was impressed by him. He jumped brilliant in front of me, and if we can keep him in one piece, he might be a nice horse for the Donnellys. But as I say, this lad had the run under his belt and track he likes, and did it nicely and was entitled to do it on paper.
And stays well too, as we saw last season when he finished up winning a grade 2 novice hurdle here at the Easter Festival.
That's right, yeah. And you know, he's an uncomplicated horse, so he's going to be great fun for his owners.
I will be by. Good performance. Jumped really well. I know he'd won a pound of pine, but jumped really well on debut.
Did. Yeah, and showed me a little more than I thought it was coming here today. Off the bend and down over the second last, quickened up nicely, and you know, I had to give him a flick, but stuck at it real well. And you know, I'm sure David and Willie and them will find races for him as well.
Good stuff. Just quick word on Alligor Devassi. I thought from a long way out you were holding on to very little.
Struggling, yeah. to be honest, I suppose the winner had showed a bit of spark. Her last couple of runs were given plenty away to her, so all credit to her. But I was struggling from a long way out, yeah.
Stuff well done. It's been a good
Thanks.
start to the year.
Thanks, Kev.
Well on, Paul. Yes, you just seen Nick Rocket complete a double on the card here on New Year's Day, of course, at Fairyhouse to win the McCartney. Oh no, start a second. Yeah, hold on. Another impressive winner of our sixth race of the afternoon is the McInerney Beginners Chase, and I'm delighted to be joined by Paddy McInerney and Fiona as well from McInerney Property Services. I remember catching up with you here at Easter time you sponsored.
We were here Easter on Bank Holiday Monday, yeah. It was a great day, and we're back here again on New Year's Day. Pretty cold, but a few winners, so we're happy with that, yeah.
It's the time of the year for it, isn't it? We'll settle for cold and wet today as well, New Year's Eve. Tell us about how you became involved in sponsorship here at Fairyhouse.
Do you know, we do a bit with Peter over the years, and we've got involved with the race, and we've a couple of horses down with Kieran Murphy in Mullingar, and we're looking forward to being successful in 2024, hopefully. We've a 3-year-old and a 2-year-old filly, so yeah, we're looking forward to a few winners in 2024.
Good stuff. And is that your first time getting involved in racehorse?
We've been in syndicates and stuff before, but it's our first time owning the horses, so yeah, we're looking forward to that, yeah.
And tell us just a little bit about your company going forward.
So we're a property management company. We started during COVID, and we've kind of been buying up places ever since. So we're hoping that the economy holds up and we make a few quid. But yeah, no, we're doing good, thank God, and we're able to sponsor these races. So we're very thankful for that. Yeah.
Great stuff. Paddy, Fiona, it's great to have you here, and I wish you a happy New Year.
Thanks so much, and we'd like to say thanks to all the staff in Fairyhouse for always looking after us. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Well done,
Thanks.
guys.
Thanks.
See you, lads. Well done.
Event here at Tramore. And we finish up with a handicap chase in which Rochestown is favoured to give Darragh O'Keefe a double on the afternoon. Successful in the Savills chase with Jungle Boogie a little bit earlier on. And Rochestown given a good shout by the jockey when we spoke to him after that victory. He's been running pretty well in the main of late, Rochestown. Finished second to King's Halo on his most recent visit here, and relatively lightly raced for a horse of his age. Just his 13th career start today at the age of 9. He's 5-2 favoured. Malheur Appeal, Danny Mullins also looking for a double at 3-1. They were the two jockeys involved at the business end of the big race earlier. How do you see this one going, Lisa?
Yeah, I think it seems to centre around the top two, to be honest with me, Gary. They're the ones that are bringing some good recent form to the table. And I think you have to side with something that's got, obviously they've got a marks of 88 and 89 between them. Darragh O'Keefe's horse, Rochestown, as you mentioned, was second the last day over just shy of today's trip. That was over, I think it was 2 mile 5 altogether. But he's effective on soft ground in the past, but he's got to prove himself on heavier conditions today. But definitely a vote of confidence if Darragh O'Keefe was positive on him earlier as well. Malheur Appeal, a point-to-point winner 2 years ago. He's failed to get his head in front under rules to date, but was only out of the first 4 on one occasion so far last year, and 4th on his most recent start over hurled in a competitive race at Punchestown. He's a consistent performer and he has to come into things.
So very little in at the top, 5-2 and 11-4 now about the two horses we spoke about there side by side there down at the start. Duffy's Hody is an interesting one here for trainer Philip Rothwell, who was amongst the winners again at Punchestown yesterday. Duffy's Hody, who has a long absence to overcome today, but did run okay on his most recent start at Clonmel over hurdles in January. He switches to fences for the first time today, and he starts out off the basement mark of 80, and he's been well enough found in the market as well. 9-2 currently with Ricky Doyle taking the mount. Would he be one of the more interesting ones, Lisa?
He certainly is, considering that he's been there's been plenty of popularity in the market for him, obviously carrying the colours of Fairwood Racing Syndicate. We've mentioned loads of times Philip Rothwell's having a great time, but Ricky Doyle on board as well. He's obviously returning after a bit of a break, so he's hasn't got race fitness on his side, but look, he could be a bit of an unknown quantity coming into this. We've seen him over hurls his last 3 runs, back over fences today. Look, in the context of the race, he certainly could come into things, especially considering that there's market support for him too, Gary.
Okay, we are at post time for the finale. Looks as though they might get away pretty promptly here. Let's hope so. Here's Peter O'Hare.
White flag is up. And they're off. In the finale, the Tom Carroll Memorial Handicap Chase. 17 fences ahead of them and more than 3 circuits. And as they head to the first, Lillian Bland close up in the headgear towards the inside. Alongside is Malheur Appeal. Rochestown there in the centre with Made in Muckross in the black and orange colours as they head on up the straight. To the fence in front of the stands, Lillian Bland leads. Malheur Appeal switched to the inside second, ahead of Rochestown, followed over it by Carnet de Stage and the cheek pieces, the outside of Made in Muckross. Then Duffy's Hody, the orange colours of Greenway Machine, and at the back in the red and white is Glorious Singer as they embark on the first of 3 circuits. Lillian Bland and Richie Deegan going along in front, leads by about 2 to Malheur Appeal and Danny Mullins in second. As they jump this third fence, Lillian Bland from Malheur Appeal, Rochestown third, Made in Muckross, Carnet de Stage the outside in the pale blue, the orange of Greenway Machine. As they jump the ditch, number 4, before making the top turn, a mistake towards the back by Duffy's Hody. A bit detached in the early stages, Glorious Singer, as they go to jump fence number 5's up to the stands. Lillian Bland with a clear lead, leads by 6 or 7 to Malheur Appeal as they begin this long downhill run. Out in front and clear, Lillian Bland under Richie Deegan, followed in second by Malheur Appeal, Danny Mullins. A further break then of 5-6 lengths to Rochestown. and double seeking Darrow O'Keefe. Greenway Machine on the outside, Sam Ewing is in 4th position, just ahead of Maiden Muckross and JJ Slevin. Behind them, Carnet de Stage and Connor Clark. Behind Carnet de Stage as they go to the elbow is Duffy's Hody and Ricky Doyle, and they're clear. Gloria Singer and Ethan O'Sullivan well spaced out as they make the bottom turn. They've completed the circuit as they head across to fence 6. In the lead, Lillian Bland, clear by Malheur Appeal, keeping to the inside. Rochestown remains back in 3rd as the leader skips over the first of the 2 fences in the straight. Lillian Bland from Malheur Appeal, Rochestown Greenway Machine. Maiden Muckross is in 5th position as they come on to jump the fence in front of the stands for the 2nd time. Lillian Bland over with a clear advantage. Malheur Appeal 2nd, Rochestown Greenway Machine 3rd and 4th. Maiden Muckross is next. A break of about 3 then to Duffy's Hody, the inside of Carnet de Stage. And they're clear of Gloria Singer as they make the turn that brings them away from the stands. On to fence number 8. The striped colours of Lillian Bland out in front of Malheur Appeal, coming to jump in 2nd. Rochestown 3rd ahead of Greenway Machine. Maiden Muckross next. Duffy's Hody and Carnet de Stage clear of Gloria Singer as they jump the ditch and make the top turn. Heading for the fence opposite the stands. Gloria Singer made a slight mistake at the back, but Lillian Bland continues to show the way. Malheur Appeal in 2nd spot. Rochestown jumping 3rd. Greenway Machine next, and then Maiden Muckross. Duffy's Hody, Carnet de Stage, and a break of about 12 lengths to Gloria Singer as they run downhill opposite the stands. Lillian Bland and Richie Deegan continuing to roll along out in front of Malheur Appeal in the white and green towards the inside, Danny Mullins. Rochestown, Darrow O'Keefe remains 3rd, tracked by Greenway Machine and Sam Ewing. In 5th position towards the outside, Maiden Muckross, JJ Slevin. A break then to Duffy's Hody, Ricky Doyle, further gap of a few lengths as they make the elbow that brings them across the bottom of the track to Carnet de Stage and Connor Clark, and still out the back, Gloria Singer under Ethan O'Sullivan as they head on to the first of the 2 fences in the straight, still over a circuit ahead of them. Lillian Bland clear, Malheur Appeal 2nd, Rochestown, Greenway Machine and Maiden Muckross. Lillian Bland led by 6 or 7 over that first of the 2 fences in the straight as they come now to the one that'll be last next time they meet it. Still the leader in the middle of the track is Lillian Bland. Over in 2nd, Malheur Appeal, pressed for that position now by Greenway Machine. Rochestown in 4th spot between horses. Maiden Muckross in touch, a break of a few lengths to Duffy's Hody. Break of 7 or 8 to Carnet de Stage, and Gloria Singer still at the back as they head out on their final circuit with 5 to jump. Lillian Bland chased by Malheur Appeal, Greenway Machine. Rochestown right with them in the blue and yellow. They're followed over this by Maiden Muckross. Duffy's Hody is behind them, and the final pair, Gloria Singer relegating Carnet de Stage to be last. 4 from home. Lillian Bland, mistake in 2nd by Malheur Appeal, pressed for that spot now by Rochestown. On the outside of them, Greenway Machine nudged along. They go on a few lengths in front of Maiden Muckross. Lillian Bland got in close to the 3rd last, but leads by about 3 lengths, followed in 2nd as they run downhill by Malheur Appeal. Greenway Machine the outside. Between horses, a close 4th is Rochestown, and they're clear now from Maiden Muckross in 5th position, followed downhill by Duffy's Hody. Good run to the 2nd last as they head for the elbow. Lillian Bland still leads. Greenway Machine, Rochestown into 3rd, bumped along now in 4th on the inside, Malheur Appeal as they head across. Lillian Bland leads by about 2. Rochestown through on the inside of, on the outer in the orange, Greenway Machine. A break of 5 or 6 to a struggling Malheur Appeal as they come on towards the 2nd last. Lillian Bland with Rochestown delivering a challenge towards the inside. In 3rd is Greenway Machine. Jumping the 2nd last, Lillian Bland out in the centre of the course towards the inside, Rochestown trying to challenge. They're clear of Greenway Machine as they head between the last 2 fences, and Rochestown has come through the lead and stretched clear as they go to the final fence. Rochestown out in front, steadied, jumps it well. Back in second, the long-time leader, Lillian Bland. But out in front, Rochestown will win for Brendan Walsh, completing a double on the day for Darragh O'Keefe. Staying on again for second, Mallour Appeal. Long-time leader, Lillian Bland, third. A long way cleared of Gloria Singer, staying on from the back to take fourth.
A good day's work for jockey Darragh O'Keefe. He
2 bumper starts for, as I say, trainer Michelle Gannon. The winner, of course, was trained by Liz second that day. He finished runner-up in his next start at Petite Secret, and then was a well-beaten fourth behind Willie's Joystick at Leopardstown during the week as well. More needed on his plate here this afternoon, but as I say, showed ability on both his runs and bumpers, and first start for trainer Ross O'Sullivan here this afternoon. Of the rest of them, Tim Doyle's worth a mention as well. Ned in the Park, relatively weak in the market, but as I say, first fall out of the dam Shy Away, and related to a couple of winners as well. Homebred Individual by Walk in the Park, and as I said, Yard continuing good form, not known to produce many bumper winners first time out. Horses usually improve from the first start, but as I said, decent enough pedigree. Keep an eye on that with a view to the future here this afternoon. Would be an appropriate winner if Lorna Fowler could record a winner here this afternoon on the day that her feature event was run in memory of her late parents-in-law, John and Chich Fowler. But recorded, as I say, it's very hard to equate or weigh up the UK bumper form compared to Irish bumpers, and I would imagine there's more on its plate here this afternoon. And looks like the way they're walking up to the tape that Tom Harney is going to be good and forward and positive on the Ross O'Sullivan individual, Donny DeVito. He's, I say, Fortin is only pint run, and ran with plenty of promise on his one night start in a bumper at Sligo in October time. But you would have thought it seems to be between the top 2 in the market. A couple of smart horses, as I say, have won this bumper down through the years. Stellar Story, of course, most recent one. Dunvegan, of course, Pat Fahey won this back in 2018. Next Destination was another smart horse who won it in Bog Warrior back in 2011.
I am River,
Narrow third from Staffordshire North racing together. Barna Endeavour and Ned in the Park. And then Good Deal. Heading past the halfway stage. Little changes up front. It's recoded. Leading Donny DeVito, I Am River. Staffordshire Knot, Barn Endeavour, Ned in the Park, and Good Deal. 7 furlongs out. Recoded. Donny DeVito continues to give chase. Handy in third is I Am River. Then Staffordshire Knot. Ned in the Park goes a place in front of Barn Endeavour. And then Good Deal. 6.5 furlongs to go. And the jump into January at Fairyhouse bumper. It's recoded. Holding sway over Donny DeVito, I'm River, Staffordshire Not fourth, then Ned in the Park, Barna Endeavour and Good Deal. Heading inside the final 6. And it's recoded. Maintaining that 1.5 lead over Donny DeVito, length back to I Am River, just shading third from Staffordshire Not, and then Ned in the Park, Barna Endeavour and Good Deal. Just over 6 lengths covering them, with 4.5 furlongs to go. Working back for the final turn. Recoded, Donny DeVito. Staffordshire Not on the inside of I Am River. Who's just appeared to hit a flat spot. Then Ned in the Park, as Good Deal relegates Barn Endeavour to be last. Running round the home turn. 3 furlongs to go, it's recoded from Donny DeVito, who's almost back on terms. Staffordshire North chases them in third. I Am River vigorously pushed along in fourth, followed at the head of the straight by Ned in the Park, and then Good Deal and Barn Endeavour. Racing on up the straight, the final 2.5 furlongs, recoded, challenged on both sides by Staffordshire Not and Donny DeVito. Ned in the Park is snapping at their heels with 1.5 furlongs to go. Then Good Deal, all but pulled up, is I Am River, and then Barn Endeavour as they race to the final furlong. It's recoded, challenged on the far side, challenged hard on the far side by Staffordshire Not, then Donny DeVito and Ned in the Park, and it's Staffordshire Not getting to the front from recoded, and then Donny DeVito, and up to the finish. It's another bumper winner for Harry Swan and Gordon Elliott, as Staffordshire Not pulled away to beat recoded, Donny DeVito, Ned in the Park, and Good Deal with Barn Endeavour, and failing to complete, dismounted at the 150 marker, was I Am River.
Yes, it was exciting. 7th and final race of the afternoon, a race that totally changed complexion on a couple of different occasions. And Staffordshire Not, if you'd have backed them, you didn't think you were going to be a likely winner until the last 150 yards as well. And it's brought up a treble on the card for Gordon Elliott, another winner for Harry Swan, and a double on the card for our winning owners, Caldwell Construction Limited, of Andrew and Gemma Brown. Really had to dig deep as well. He had a good run over hurdles behind 2 of Willie's on his hurdling debut. Dropped back into a bumper here this afternoon, and this is a horse with staying wrote all over him. He wants a trip, he wants an obstacle back in front of him as well. They didn't go overly quick at all. Big run by Lorna Fowler is recorded back in second as well. Said beforehand, hard to equate the 2 UK bumper runs compared to here in Ireland, but on that evidence he'll have no trouble winning a bumper here. Derek O'Connor got it very easy in the front end as well. Ross O'Sullivan's, Donny DeVito's thrown down a challenge, and that has run a good race also, as has Tim Dial's newcomer too. Tim Dial's always improved from the run. Keep an eye on that. That's a bumper winner waiting to happen. Just a bit green as well, as you can see. Just got a little bit tight for room coming inside the wings, the outside wing of the last hurdle. Very disappointing effort by our favourite I Am River. From word go, if you look at Paddy Mullins's body language, he's never happy at all in this horse. They weren't going quick. He didn't look like he was travelling, has been dismounted, pulled him up quite quickly, but as I say, he was never travelling. But there'll be other days for him. That was a run too bad to be through. But a really good performance by this horse. Didn't look likely, as I said, till well inside the furlong pole, and stamina kicked in. He'll be a nice horse going forward. He'll learn plenty from that today. And I'd imagine when he gets a flight of hurdles back in front of him again, and a step up to 2.5 miles, he's only going to improve as well. But it's an interesting bumper race worth looking back on. As I say, a couple of horses there that'll have no trouble winning, including the runner-up recorded. But Tim Dials, I thought, for me, has run a cracker. Travelled really well onto the heels of the leaders, turning into the straight. For me, he was travelling like a winner. Probably just got a bit tired and a bit babyish as well, taken off the bridle. Will learn plenty from it, but good performance by this winner. And Derek O'Connor has given the second horse a fine ride, not crying out to be stamina laden, being by Kodiak out of a Medagliadora mare, but he got it very easy in front. Race turned into a sprint, and as I say, his horse has picked up the pieces, and he's won quite well in the end, considering it didn't look likely for quite some way. As you can see, he's still a bit babyish in the parade ring, this son of Shan too. Boy, time will tell. Well, Construction Limited, Harry Swan on the score sheet, Jack Kennedy, of course, on board the other two winners. Noel Moran, of course, of Bective Stud and Valerie Moran, owners of Riviere de Tel, who won our feature event. But there's Joy and Edel Logan, joined by their two sons, standing in for the picture. And looks like they've found another potentially smart horse here. And it brings down the curtain on what's been a good afternoon's racing here at Fairyhouse on New Year's Day. Yeah, Staffordshire Knot has brought the curtain down. It's been a good afternoon's racing on New Year's Day here. First meeting of the new year 2024 for trainer Gordon Elliott and owners, and Gemma and Andrew Brown, of course, completing a double for winning owners after winning the opening race of the afternoon with Molly's Mango. And Harry Swan on board as well, our final winner of the afternoon, Staffordshire Knot. It's a bumper that definitely recommend looking back on. A couple of horses in behind that will definitely be winning race, including, of course, Tim Dials, newcomer Ned in the Park. I thought that's run with plenty of promise. Travel like a winner. Probably just got a bit tired and a little bit green from a furlong out. But good performance by the winner, Staffordshire Knot. Didn't go overly quick at all. And this horse will appreciate when he steps up in trip and going back over hurdles, where he had a run, first time out, good run in Cork behind two of Willie's. Molly's Mango got proceedings on the way. It wasn't the strongest of race, but she's run out a good winner coming back after a below par effort in Wexford on her most recent start. She'd picked up valuable black type, of course, and finishing third. Jessica Harrington's Jataran, a listed bumper at Navan. I will be by, turned it over with my trump card. It looked like I'm betting alone that my trump card would provide Gordon Elliott and Jack Kennedy with an opening race double, but he jumped very, very poorly indeed for one of Gordon's. Very disappointing effort on the jumping side, but nonetheless, it was a good performance by the winner. I will be by winning for Willie Mullins, of course, and Paul Townend. First start over hurdles, won upon appointment trained by Colin Bowe. And as I said, this is his first run since finishing runner-up. Just got beaten ahead of a heads-up, heads-down finish in the winner's bumper by instant approach with John McConnell's. A decent horse in his own right. That was at the Listowel Harvest Festival. But he jumped really well, and he's run out a good winner. But as I say, the second horse jumped very poorly indeed, to say the least. Good day for local trainer Carol Thornton with two winners in the space of a half an hour. Don't Talk followed up his win under an £8 hike in the ratings, under Danny Gilligan taking the valuable 5 off to win over 2.5 miles. Won over 2 miles on his most recent start here, but followed up in good style here this afternoon. And half an hour later, Connections are back in the winners' enclosure. Carol Thornton with the very well backed Mighty Oak Lad, who's absolutely bolted up. He's going to get a fair hike from the handicapper, but he was well supported throughout the day. Got dropped £2 for his handicap debut on his most recent start. That was at Thurles. Stepped markedly up to the 3 mile trip today. Done a miler's bounced out. He's got it handy in front. He's jumped really well. This son of Diane, who's very relatively unexposed. A lot of improvement to come from him. Handicapper's going to have a fair